Okay, so I think we're ready. I think we're going here. So I'm going to be streaming today. This is going to be a little bit different than normal. Every other Wednesday is an extra day that I don't have my daughter through the week. So these are usually just like catch-up days where I try to get stuff done that I haven't managed to get done on Tuesday or Thursday when I also don't have my daughter. So there's no particular agenda for today. I always say we. I'm just going to be trying to get some stuff done. It's gonna be a mix of stuff. I'm printing a couple upgrade pieces for the printer, as you can see in the corner right there. I'm printing to their filament like cleaner filter kind of things where they sit on top of this guide block and just kind of filter dust. And apparently you can actually put some kind of oils on them to lubricate the filament that helps with extrusion a little bit. We're gonna be doing some stuff like that. There's a couple prints when I was streaming yesterday, we had been working, printed a couple Nintendo logos out, doing some filament tests and stuff, and I was getting some viewers to kind of help me with settings since I'm kind of new to a lot of this stuff. But I did print a big one out. You can see it there. I did print a big one, and I want to try finishing it and painting it today, as well as some of these pieces I'd like to finish and try to do a little bit of painting today, stuff like that. I need to clean my shop up. It's an absolute mess. So it's just going to be kind of a laid-back, casual hangout stream for probably a while. I wouldn't be surprised if I end up streaming for, 10 o'clock? Probably about 6 hours or so I have today that I'll be working on stuff. So that's what's going on today. I assume I'll be doing a lot of chatting. I see there's people in chat already. But yeah, just kind of a different stream today. Not really going to cover anything heavy, I wouldn't think. But yeah, I'm going to get started. So I have some cleaning to do. So if you're interested in that, here we go. Oh, I'll probably be taking... I need to take some photos today too. I want to take some photos of some of the prints. I have to do some stuff for eBay. But, yeah, gonna be a laid-back day for once. If you remember me mentioning the other, yesterday, that I had to clean all these Nintendo controllers, I never got to that. So these will be going back in the box for another day. Because I need some bench space. There's, unfortunately, just as many N64 controllers that I need to repair and clean too. Won't be getting to that today, I don't think. But like I got all these Prusa bags from the assembly process sitting here that need cleaned up. I'll just throw these in the box. Just to get them out of the way. I think that's all. I guess I can throw these other boxes in here too. All this stuff. I do have an extra sheet of PEI. I guess I'll just throw that in there also. Hey guys, hey Aaron. You didn't miss anything. Like I was just saying... Sorry, I'm making a bunch of noise. I'll probably end up saying this like a million times today. Nothing. This is going to be a really laid back stream. I'm just going to be catching up on some stuff I've wanted to get done, like some painting. Try finishing some of these pieces, doing a little bit of cleaning. I'd like to, at some point today, I'd like to move this TV and get my printer set up where I'd like to have it permanently. Maybe get, this thing's been sitting on my desk for like a week now. Probably get it mounted on the wall, my little filament holder from Hatchbox and stuff, but just try to get some stuff done. Because like I said, every other Wednesday is kind of a special day that I don't have every week, so we're not going to be really doing, I don't know what you'd call it, like a goal-oriented video. Just kind of hanging out today, so doing whatever. Like, if it ends up being the case that everybody in chat wants me to do something, I might end up doing whatever that is, within reason. But my short-term goal right now is to get my bench cleaned off, because it is terrible. There is stuff everywhere. I have all these purge strips everywhere from the printer. I need to do some sweeping. It's a mess in here. Just like this, I know you can't really see it on cam, but there's just like piles of tools over here that need put away. I need to move these NES games out of the way. They've been sitting here for a while. I guess I can share this with everybody. I saw this at Walmart. This is a VR headset for your phone. Your phone goes in the little tray, and then it's just a really basic little VR headset. This was $14 or I think $12 on sale, and it actually works pretty well. So if anybody's curious about VR and stuff, this is a pretty good entry-level little thing to mess around with if you have a decent kind of modern smartphone. It does suck that I have an LG G3. I guess it's getting older now, but still a sweet phone. But I use an OtterBox case, and it sucks that I have to take it out of the case to put it in here. Kind of a pain in the ass, but still, if you want to mess with VR a little bit, it's for 12 bucks. That's pretty hard to beat. I plan on eventually probably printing my own, and I'll steal the lenses out of this, because it does come with two. They're plastic, so they're not the best, but I'll probably end up stealing them out of here. Okay, razor blade. I do need to. I've been slacking on eBay so much. Like, I actually have some decent games I need to sell, like Mario Party. I have a couple Mario Kart 64s. Stuff like that. I need to take pictures of and sell. I need to get some music in here too. I'm like, for a while I didn't mind listening to nothing but the printer all day, but it's getting old. Yeah, Aaron suggested printing a new tray for the VR headset, so I don't have to remove it. But I don't think there's enough space in the enclosure. Like, even if I were to do that, because the OtterBox is fairly thick. I don't know how thick it is exactly. It looks like it's just under 2 centimeters thick. Which is what, about an inch? Inch and a half? Or inch and a half, yeah, right, Jesus. I don't know, about 5/8. So it's pretty thick. And I don't think that little tray has enough space in it, even if I'd make a new one. Because that would be nice. I damn near broke my phone several times. It didn't really hold the phone all that well. And I have some of this, This is just regular electrical tape, but this is actually like rubber tape, and I lined the piece that pinched it with that, which helped. But I dropped my phone like 5 or 6 times, and a couple times I thought I broke my screen, and that would have made me sad to break my phone with a $12 VR headset. Okay. Sorry, I just need to get all this stuff put away. I've been lazy lately and there's stuff everywhere. I still don't think I ever found out what this thing is. This came with the Prusa kit. I don't know if anybody did the kit also. It looks like a needle wrapped in copper. Is there a needle valve? I couldn't imagine that there is. But does anybody know what that is? Just out of curiosity. That's been laying on my bench since the day I opened the box. And I don't think the instructions ever like referenced it or anything. But yeah, I don't have any idea what that is. Okay. Pens. I don't really have a place to put pens down here, even though I use them a lot. They're always just kind of laying around. We could do a little bit of lockpicking today, if nobody's ever seen that before. I do have a couple Brinks locks that a couple friends gave me that I haven't had a chance to try picking yet. If anybody's a Sega Genesis fan, I finally got all the parts in. These are gold-plated RCA plugs and gold-plated S-Video plugs, and all the components and stuff for doing S-Video mods on the Sega Genesis. I have this was my test system that I hacked all to hell, but this one works. This has the little converter board and stuff that I made in it. I know you can't really see that, but because the Genesis by default go together. There we go. The Genesis by default only put out RF, which is terrible. And with this mod, it'll put out the regular RCA, which is composite, and then S-Video, which is pretty sweet. It actually looks really clean. So I'll be doing a video on that stuff in the future, maybe next week. I also got, I don't know if anybody noticed this sitting here, but I got a Talk Boy really cheap. If anybody remembers this from like Home Alone 2. I got one cheap on eBay that didn't work, and I got it cleaned up the other night and actually got it working. Looks like, oh, I took the batteries out, hell. I'll have to grab batteries later, but it does work now. So that's pretty cool. I actually have... There's another one here somewhere, but I couldn't get it working. But that's kind of ridiculous. I have 2 Talk Boys now. Because I never had one as a kid. I never even knew a kid that had one, so... that was pretty sweet. It was pretty sweet for me to finally get one. But I got this one and it was supposed to work, and it ended up not working. Like, the play function works. Yeah, the play function works, and it rewinds and fast forwards and stuff. But the actual recording, the recording function doesn't work. And if you tear it apart, I don't know what in the hell the company was doing when they made these. But it looks like from the factory, they had made mistakes in the PCB, because there's all kinds of like cut traces and jumper wires and stuff in there. And I don't know if they like mismanufactured the boards or something. But anybody that works with old electronics, there's that I forget what they call it, like that virgin snap. If you go to untighten a screw and it snaps really loud, there's a really good chance nobody has ever taken that screw out before, because it had kind of like bonded to the plastic. Because really you should do like a tiny little bit of tightening, like go would that be clockwise, to move the screw and then try to back it out. Otherwise you can break the post that it screws into. But that was really weird. These are messy inside. Holy crap. Like I said, I don't know what they were doing when they manufactured these, but it looks like they must have mismanufactured the board and then had to repair it by hand when they sent them out. So that was kind of interesting to see. Tape head demagnetizers, yeah, I remember those. 2600 Missile Commander. I do, if you can see them up here, I do have a couple 2600s that, these are kind of the same as the Genesis, which kind of tells you how bad the Genesis was. These only put out RF as well, so the signal quality is kind of bad. And you have a hard time doing S-video mods on them, but you can do composite mods, so it'll have like regular yellow, white, red RCA plugs, and they look quite a bit nicer. And I did get boards worked out for these, but I just haven't gotten a chance to do any of them yet. That's actually... There's 16 of those boards on this little helping hand here that I started soldering the components into. But these are the composite output boards for the 2600s. I found a guy on eBay that sells these bulk. I think I paid like $8 for a sheet that had 24 of these on, which is crazy to me. That's pretty damn cheap, because if you can buy like a composite kit for the 2600 on sites like eBay and stuff, and you end up paying like 20 some bucks for a single kit that has one of these little boards and probably 80 cents worth of components. So to get that many for that cheap was pretty awesome. But if you see that print that's down there, I'm kind of anxious to see. They're enclosed, so I'm kind of curious to see what happens when it goes to bridge the top of that, because it's basically flat. I don't know if it'll be terrible or not, so I guess we'll find out together. It doesn't really matter, being that they'll be enclosed, so you won't really see it, but I'm anxious to see how messy it ends up being. Did anybody... I never checked chat here, but did anybody know what this little needle thing was for? Let me scroll up here. Oh, Aaron said that this was just for cleaning jams. Okay. That kind of makes sense because I can't imagine what component this would actually be of the machine. And I guess they just spiral wound copper on there so it's easier to hold. But like you said, luckily I've never had any jams, so hopefully I'll never have to use this. But yeah, I'm hoping it for acupuncture. I think you need like 800 needles for that. And as you can see, this is only a fraction of the NES games I have right now. But these need to go over yonder. I could kind of do a shop tour today, because I actually have, my friends and I do a podcast, or we have been doing a podcast. I think it's kind of dead now. But on the other side of my basement, I have like a studio set up. It's kind of like a nerd corner. So maybe I can drag the camera over there and show you guys in a little bit. But that's where most of my NES, like, that's where I have a lot of the stuff on display. Because I don't have that much cool stuff, but the little bit I have is actually over there. I think probably the coolest thing I have over here is like the Power Glove. I had this one sitting here. Actually, I have two, but I had this one sitting here because I tore it apart and cleaned it. Now, if you compare... Remember I was saying like the inside of this looks terrible, and it's like, what the hell were you doing? If you've never seen the inside of this thing, holy shit. Is there ever a lot of stuff in here? Like, especially this area... There are so many electrical components packed into that it is shocking. There's so much technology in this thing, which is kind of disappointing because it's terrible. Like, to actually use, it's pretty terrible to use. And it's kind of sad because the prototype that they made, like the actual first design, is amazing, but it was super expensive to manufacture, so this is kind of like the compromise for the consumer market. And, yeah, wow, is there ever a lot of electronics in there. It doesn't look like there's that much space for it, but, man, is it ever packed in tight. There's so many wires and stuff in there, it's shocking. But, yeah, that's a cool little piece of technology. Okay. Bubble wrap and bags. But yeah, maybe we will pick some locks today. Because I have these two that some people gave me recently. This is a Brinks, which is a fairly nice little lock. This is a Master Lock, which most of these are pretty laughable as far as like resisting picking. I haven't picked this one yet, but I would guess, if I had to guess, I'd imagine even picking it the first time, I'll probably get it in 30 seconds or less, because Master Locks are freaking horrible. But, to give you an idea, like I said, most Master Locks you can pick in under a minute, even the first time you pick them. This is a Brinks lock that I bought myself, and it took me almost 3 months to pick this for the first time, and I was kind of new into picking at the time, but, yeah, what a difference. 1 minute, 3 months. I can pick this a lot faster now that I'm used to the spool pins that are in there. and there's a couple serrated pins. I don't know what's exactly in it, but there's definitely at least 2 or 3 serrated pins, and I think 1 or 2 spool pins. But yeah, this lock, the master lock, I think is like an $8 lock, and this is like a $13 lock. So for a couple extra bucks, I would highly recommend getting an actual nice Brinks lock that some idiot with a couple picks can't walk up and pop open in a minute. But plus these have boron shackles. Well, I guess to be fair, this does have a boron shackle too. Which, if you have like a pair of like 12-inch bolt cutters, like a relatively small pair, like most thieves carry around, you actually have a hell of a time cutting a shackle like that. So, worth the extra money. Yeah. But has anybody in chat ever done any lock picking? It's one of my favorite little hobbies because I can sit on the couch in the evening and just kind of like work on some locks, and it's kind of laid back. I know everybody I ever talked to about it kind of views you as a criminal type then, but whatever. I've never broken into anywhere. I have NES screws and parts all over the place. Okay. We're making progress here. This is one of the prints that I wanted to try to paint today. This is the Triceratops skull that comes on the SD card. But I still, as you can see, all the support material is still on it, so I have to break that away. But I want to try priming this and actually painting it and trying to make it look as close to bone as I can. I think that'd be a cool little display piece to give people an idea of what's like possible with 3D printing. Because these pieces look nice unfinished, but man, a little bit of paint makes stuff look sweet. So I'd like to try to do a couple of those today. Yeah, Joseph was already on top of it. The thing's printing, there's 2 different variants. Let me see, I'll just pull them up. My basement's kind of dusty, so I'd like to put a filter on. I'll just pull it up here. This is one of those prints on Thingiverse that has... How many? It's been downloaded 25,000 times. Well, I guess a total of 36 if you count the two versions. But let me... There it is. It's just a filament filter that prints as a single piece, and then you cut a little piece of foam or something and press in there. And apparently you can oil it with different types of oil that are supposed to help with extrusion a little bit. But yeah, they're pretty nifty. But there's the basic one, and then there's one that has a slightly smaller hole that has the lettering on it. You can see the bottom of this one, the exit hole is a lot smaller. I guess maybe people were having problems with the sponge pulling out, but no, I think it's a cool little upgrade given like the conditions that my printer's setting in. But yeah, single piece. That's why I said I'm interested to see how it handles the bridging across that, because it's basically like a flat plane up in there with no support. But that's what we're printing. Joseph said that one's almost impossible to press the sponge in. I guess we'll find out, because it looks like they won't be too much longer. Yeah, it looks like they won't be too much longer. I guess I have to find a piece of sponge here at some point. Probably, probably at some point I'll probably share our podcast since I really haven't talked about it much. Our last episode, like we get very little activity on our podcast. It's really hard to kind of sell podcasts to people, especially when one like ours isn't about anything specific. I think the biggest reason my channel here has been so successful is because it's focused. Like we've been doing exclusively not only just 3D printing, but Prusa MK2 3D printing. But in our latest podcast, the first couple minutes was talking about our experiences shaving sensitive areas. And if no one's ever done that before, it is quite the experience. So probably in a little bit here, I'll send a link to our other channel. And you can also see the nerd space then that we record in. Because I know seeing this, it just kind of looks like a basement with a workshop in the corner. But if you see from the outside, it looks terrible. But when you can see only what the camera can see in our other recording space, you'd never guess that we were in a basement, which is kind of funny. People always assume we're in kind of like a nice area. It's totally just a basement with a little bit of like fake walls and stuff. Prometheus asked, have I tried multicolor printing? I haven't. I actually haven't. Maybe we could do that today, since we have a couple hours. Because I did do the 3D, the Prusa 3D can opener kind of thing, bottle opener, which is technically a 2-color print, but I didn't use 2 colors. I just, I did the orange, and then when it told me to change filaments, I just, like, clicked through the prompts, and it finished with just more orange. So it just has, like, a relief on there instead of actually being 2 colors. I don't know if you can see it. But this is the one that has Joe Prusa's face on it. Joe asked, do I know anything about 3-screw NES cards? Yes, I know quite a bit about basically anything to do with the NES. If you have any questions, I can almost certainly answer them. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I know about as much about the NES as a person could know. But the vast majority of cartridges are 3-screw. The only ones that are 5s are the older ones. I don't actually have any 5-screw carts over here. Let me grab one quick. I don't have any in that shelf. Hold on. But here's the two. There's more than 2 different types, but here's a 5-screw variant. You can see it has like a screw in every corner and a screw in the middle. And here's a 3-screw that only has 1 in the center and 2 in the lower corners. The difference is, if you look at the tops of the games, this one has 2 little clips, and this one does not. The 5 screws are just 2 shells that don't interlock in any way, they just screw together. And these are the earlier games. Like this one in particular is called a black box game. You see the labels, black. These were like the first, I forget how many there are, I think there's like 18. These were one of the first like 18 games that released with the NES. And they all have the black labels and all look about the same. And these actually have regular straight screws that you need a straight screwdriver for. And then there are some exceptions, but almost all of these have the game bit style that's kind of like a hexagonal kind of security bit. But that's what the vast majority of games are, because they switched to this pretty quick. Because these shells actually interlock in those clips and then swing together, and you just like secure them with the 3 game bit screws. But yeah, little knowledge on you there. And then actually from that point on, like essentially all Super Nintendo games and N64 games, and even a bit past the 64, like some of the Game Boy games and stuff, they all have those security screws. Because people complain about not being able to open them, which is exactly what Nintendo wanted. They don't want you to open them. For whatever reason. But they're really cheap. If you have some games that you need to open, and you go on eBay and just search for game bits, you can get them. Like, if you don't mind waiting for the shipping, you can get them from China for less than $1 a piece. That's actually what my little screwdriver is. I use one of these little, I think this was like $3 at Lowe's. That it's supposed to have, like, you know, your regular little Phillip tips that you can change out, and it's magnetic. But I basically keep these around with sets of the game bits, because you have the smaller one that fits essentially all the Nintendo stuff, except for the screws that like hold a Super Nintendo together. There's a slightly larger one, but it works the same way. They're magnetized and really easy to use. But I have a bunch of these everywhere because they're handy if you ever need to open a game up, which I do. I clean all the games I sell, so I open them up and polish them. Since the old top-loading Nintendos with the little clicky tray, they can be a real pain in the ass to get games to work if they're not super clean. You got... What did you say there, Prometheus? You're going to 3D print my logo. I don't have a very good logo yet. That's actually just a slightly modified little icon that I used to use on Steam for years, because I've used the name Nillabean forever. Oh, Joe said he needs a converter inside. They can be hard to find because there's no... Again, a quick little bit of info. Nintendo is a Japanese company, and there's the Nintendo that we're used to, and then there's the thing called the Famicom, which is actually the Japanese equivalent of the Nintendo NES. And the cartridges are slightly different. Let me find a game. I have a game with a Famicom converter in it. I'll just show you the difference while we're doing a Hangout stream here. Okay, we'll try to find one here. And what they are, it's called a Famicom converter. I just grabbed all of the 5-screw games I could find real quick. You can feel them inside the game a little bit. Like, I kind of think this Wrecking Crew might have one in it, so I'll open this first. And then we'll open a regular game. But what it was Nintendo produced the Famicom first in Japan. And the game boards are slightly different. Like, they have a different number of pins that actually connect to the console. And when they were transitioning into selling in the States and in the UK and stuff, we got lucky. Okay. So now we'll show you what a regular game looks like. And then this game has a Famicom converter in it. we'll just take this Mario 2 here. So this Mario 2 is, looks like our print's done. This Mario 2 is a regular game. And about to see inside an NES game if nobody ever has before. That's what you have. That's a regular NTSC, North American, Canadian, all the non-Japanese games look like this. It's just a single board that lays inside the shell, and it has approximately 72 pins. Not all the games use all of them. But so this is a normal board, and then this is a game that has a Famicom converter in it. And what this is at first Nintendo couldn't produce enough games, so they were actually using Famicom boards with these little converters and selling them in the States. And that's what they look like. And this is actually, this is the board that would be in a Famicom game, and then they use this little converter that changes it from, I actually don't remember how many pins are on these, but there's fewer pins, and it goes in here, and then all this board does is convert this into a 72-pin game. And that's the little unit you have, and that's the difference. Like, if you'd ever find a Mario 2 that was like this, you'd have a tiny little Mario 2 game, and it would have all this, like, stuff. And the reason you can feel them is that these other games, they only have the single little board in here that already has 72 pins on it. And you actually get a feel for it. That's why I found this one right away. This game is, like, heavy towards the pin side. And you can just feel it. It wants to, like, balance like that. This game that had a converter in it is probably, I would say, an ounce or two heavier overall. And you'll feel that the weight's distributed much more evenly. And you just get a feel for it after years. And you can tell generally whether or not a game has a Famicom converter in it. And it matters because these are worth approximately $20 just for the converter, because they're kind of hard to find. There's companies that make aftermarket ones, but it's like any aftermarket stuff. They're not as nice as the original Japanese pieces. So if you're ever in a game store, because a lot of these games aren't worth very much. Like, take a game like Duck Hunt is only worth a few bucks. If you find one that has a Famicom converter in it, like if you get used to feeling them, you can go into the game stores that might have this on like a $3 to $5 game rack, and if you can spot a Famicom converter in it, it's probably worth $20. So I've done that quite a bit over the years. But interesting little piece of info, if you didn't know. But yeah, that's the story behind that. And they really quickly got away from it. That's why there's not a ton of them. And it's part of the reason that the converters are worth what they are. Like, I haven't checked them on eBay in a long time, but like I said, they were generally worth 15 to $20, depending on which game it happens to be in. Because the sad thing is, if you take a game like this and rip the converter out of it, the rest of the parts don't really have much value. Like, this old Famicom Wrecking Crew doesn't have a whole lot of value because there's probably tens, if not hundreds of thousands of them that were made in Japan. So they're not worth a whole lot. But yeah, that's what's going on with them. So what were you trying to do, Joseph? Were you trying to find a converter? Because back in the day, like years ago, I used to rip them out and sell them because they were worth even more back then. But anymore, like, the conservationist in me won't do that, even if it's a really cheap game. When I sell it, I'll just say that it has a converter in it, and if somebody else wants to rip it out, that's their prerogative. But I'm not going to do it. I feel bad. I feel bad destroying games. It's just like a good example of why that's bad is, wow, this one's dirty. An old game like this, like Mario Duck Hunt, these used to be worth less than $1. Like, you used to be able to pick, you could find auctions of 30, 40, 50 of these for less than 30, 40, or $50 on eBay years ago. And people used to use them for like crafts and shit. Like I've seen people, again, this was years ago, that would use these games and make fucking coffee tables and stuff out of them because they just had no value and there were so many. And that eventually led to there not being a lot of these around. And now this is, again, it's not a super expensive game, but these are worth $7 to $10 depending on the condition they're in. And they're not by any means hard to find, but they're way harder to find than they were 10 or 15 or even 20 years ago. That's why, like you see the zappers over there, there's still people that take things like those zappers, and let me grab one. They'll take one of these old zapper guns and like the old Nintendo Advantage sticks and kind of like mount it kind of like this and make a lamp out of it. And when I was younger, I used to think that stuff was cool, but now it kind of makes me cringe because there's limited numbers of this stuff, and when people destroy them for stupid little crafts and shit like that, like it drives the prices up because there's fewer of them to go around, which makes them less available to people that kind of want to relive their childhood and stuff. But yeah, it's just kind of my personal opinion. Don't destroy stuff, especially stuff that they're not making anymore. If you want to collect it, go ahead, but there's aftermarket zappers and stuff like that you can use. So, enough with the Nintendo stuff for now. Now all I did was brought 15 more Nintendo games over that need put away. But yeah, if you can't tell, I'm a bit of a Nintendo fanboy. Especially the older consoles. Because that's what I grew up with. I never had a Super Nintendo, but I had an NES up until like the mid-90s. And then I finally got a 64. And that was it. I think the newest gaming console that's in my home right now is a Nintendo 64. And that always makes people laugh. But it is what it is. I went from the NES to PC gaming, and then, like I said, I got a 64. I did technically have a Wii, but that was my wife's, so I don't really claim ownership on that. Yeah, Magnus, I'll just catch up on chat here. Magnus said the zappers would be really good for cosplay people. 3D print some mods for it. Yeah, they are cool little guns because it looks like a gun. It's not like some of the other ones. Like it makes me think of like the Sega Justifier. That looks like a revolver, and there's not a whole lot you can do with it. I guess you could make like some steampunk kind of cosplay stuff with it, but even that, if I was going to do any 3D printing and use like a zapper as a base, I'd probably just print the zapper so I didn't have to destroy one of them. And what else do we got here? It looks like you guys were talking about Raspberry Pis and stuff. I definitely want to get into that. If nobody's seen already, my current setup's kind of a pain in the ass because I have to like, I do my G-code and stuff on the PC that I'm using to stream right now. There's our print. We'll pop those off in a minute here. I do all the work and export the G-code on my main computer, and then I have to put it in a shared folder, and I pull it up on my laptop because it has an SD card reader, because my gaming PC doesn't have one. So if I could just shoot stuff over Wi-Fi onto Raspberry Pi straight to the printer, that would be pretty handy. So I'll probably be doing that in the future. And I think we talked about that before. Basically, nobody has complaints about them causing problems. Like, they don't just randomly reboot and stuff like your PC can. Not reboot, but you know what I mean. Just have problems. And I guess it's because they're not really running a big complicated operating system like a Windows PC is. Oh, Joey said he had a print fail the other day. How did it fail, Joey? Did it just stop, or did it just like start doing weird stuff? Because I have stopped a few prints. When we were doing these Nintendo logos yesterday, I actually stopped one because I didn't have my nozzle cleaned off, and there was kind of a glob that drug over one of the perimeters and was stuck there, and I knew it was going to be ugly, so I just went ahead and stopped it. But the only prints I've had fail were my fault. I did have... Where are they at? I was printing these little pieces. These are little control panels for the Gothic pipeline kind of set I was printing. And I was trying to print them in different orientations. And I tried printing them, if you can see that has an arch that kind of goes against this pipe piece. I tried printing them like this with the arch down. And I was trying to use rafts just to try to... Just experimenting. And I kept having problems. Like, it would just, like, do weird stuff when it tried to start the print. And then I looked at the file, and there was actually, like, a 3-layer gap between the piece and the raft where there was nothing. There was actually nothing. And that was actually the cause of the problems. It wasn't the printer or even the file, really. It was the idiot operating the program. But beyond that, I haven't really had any print fails. We've had problems like this Nintendo logo. The top layers, if anybody remembers, it didn't really fill up right. But that was mostly my settings in the slicer. It wasn't really the printer's fault or anything. I'm going to grab these prints out, but first I'm going to go find a piece of foam so we can pack that full. Get my Mickey D's iced coffee. They need to sponsor me. I've been drinking so many of those lately. It's ridiculous. I've never been a coffee guy, but I somehow got hooked on those. Okay, so we got some foam, some scissors. And they pop right off. There's a couple ugly layers on this one with the text, but it does look like that bridged okay. Again, the one with the text has some ugly things on the inside. You can see where some of the bridging just didn't kind of adhere correctly at first. But that's no big deal. I can see now that it must be fairly hard to stuff the sponge in this one with the little holes. So we'll probably just use the regular one. Plus it doesn't have the words on the outside, which is also a plus. But no, all in all, that looks good. And I saw in the videos, they were just cutting a section of foam that was slightly larger than this piece. So I'll just try to cut a square out here. About like so. I guess that looks about right. That'll be just big enough. I know that's hard to see, but that if I can get it in there, will be just big enough to kind of put some pressure on the filament as it goes through. I'll have to look, but does anybody a magic eraser? I use a lot of magic erasers. Like for cleaning NES games, you have to use the regular ones because the heavy-duty ones will actually kind of, if you use them on some kinds of plastic, they must have a stronger chemical in them or something. And they'll actually leave like a really dull finish on the plastic. Because I used to clean controllers with the regular ones, and I got the heavy-duty ones, the scrubbers. And it's not good. It does not do any nice things to plastic. Well, I got it in there. I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to get a piece of filament through, though. Let's actually take this out and cut a slot in it. Maybe cut this piece down, too. That feels really tight in there. I think it's compressing too much. We'll cut the corners off. But these, I made a guide too. This is just, again, I found it on Thingiverse. Just a filament guide that sits right on the top and goes right below the filament roll, which I'll use for the time being until I get my other kind of filament set up. Spike just linked a thing off of Thingiverse. We'll take a look at it here, see what he's talking about. Oh, I just got the number, not the thing. Hold on. Idiot at the helm. Hopefully it's not something like profane. Oh, okay, yeah, I did see this one. I'll have to print one of those. This is just also like a filament filter, which I think I do like that better already. Because it lets you have access instead of having to just jam a sponge in there. Maybe I'll go ahead and print that. Let's go ahead and print one. So we'll download the file. And... oh, that's the first that ever did that. I clicked on that after it downloaded, and it brought the Windows 10 printer up. I haven't used that yet. Hopefully, Slicer doesn't make my computer angry. OBS and Slicer seem to not play nice sometimes. Okay, so here it is. Let me pull it up here. There it is. Here it is with all the default settings. But yeah, that's cool. I always thought it was cool how you can print things in place with working parts. I mean, that has nothing to do with the MK2 or anything. That's just 3D printing in general, but I always thought that was pretty nifty. So we'll go ahead and export this G-code, and you can see how ass backwards my my setup is here. So there's our dust filter G-code exported. And then I have to grab the SD card and put it in my laptop. And pull up the shared folder. You can see how super convenient this is. And there we have it. I'm actually going to print this one in gray. So we'll go ahead and preheat this. And we'll switch to the gray filament for this print. Tinkercad. Aaron linked a Tinkercad thing here. I actually haven't used the Tinkercad site any at all yet. I'll have to I have to check that out one of these days. Oh, okay. This is a motor brace, I take it. This is kind of exactly what I was talking about the other day. How I think some of the designs that we're talking about the rear motor mount. You can actually see the tip of it on the webcam shot there. That's the center orange piece. The rear motor mount only attaches to the rear stepper motor with 2 screws, and there's some designs that extend the top piece, I guess, and attach with 3 screws, but it still allows the motor at large to have quite a bit of leverage on the piece. And I guess this slips between the motor and the 2 threaded rods and actually doesn't let it torque the motor out of square. So yeah, I'll have to give that a try then. How is, like, in general, how is Tinkercad compared to Thingiverse for just being, like, swamped with bad files? Because I like Thingiverse, but there's a ton of just absurdly bad files on there that won't print well at all. Like, there's been no thought put into how people are going to deal with, like, overhangs and supports and stuff. Oh, did you actually make that piece, Aaron? I didn't take note of the account name or anything. So we'll get our gray filament out here. I still have my my ghetto pipe set up here from the other day. I haven't fixed it. I guess we can go ahead and fix that quick. The problem, the reason I have this pipe kind of between the 2 default orange pieces is that this has kind of a non-standard spool. If you see, it has a big lip in here. And this side's fine, it's flush, and the default spool holders will work. But on this side, it doesn't kind of fit. So we had to bridge the gap with a piece of PVC that I happen to have on hand. But I'm going to cut this quick to be a little bit shorter. If I can find my cutters. Hopefully I can. They've got to be here somewhere. Ah, here they are. I don't have a ton of lights in here, and I don't have softboxes, they're called, the big kind of professional photography lighting solutions. I might be able to drag this one into the shot. Let me try. I just went ahead and unplugged it. But I made myself my own, like, lighting stands out of PVC, and I had been cutting... At first, I was cutting the PVC with hacksaws and stuff, which is not difficult, but holy hell, does it ever make a lot of mess. So, I finally got myself one of these cutters. Oh, it makes it so easy. So we'll just cut this a hair wider than the width of this piece. Yeah, about like that. This is how easy it is to cut a piece of PVC with these things. Cut. No mess. You don't have like a pile of little like shavings. And the worst things about the shavings is like they're real sensitive to static, so they stick to everything. So that's a very fantastic. I think they were like $12, something like that. If you have to cut any PVC, it's kind of a lifesaver. Because we will be cutting some PVC later. I don't know if it leaves a perfect 90-degree angle, but it's pretty close. But these sewer pieces I want to paint later. You actually use these printed pieces and then use PVC between them, and it gives you like pipelines that you can paint up, which are pretty cool for miniature wargaming and stuff, like 40K games like that. But that's actually what they're all about. Joe asked why not leave it so I can put 2 spools on top. The main reason is because of the dampness in the basement. And while I'm not using a spool, like for convenience, it would be nice to leave it on the machine, but I have to put it in storage so it doesn't pick up more moisture than is necessary. Scissors are actually not good enough for cutting filament. But we'll cut our little angle on here. And we'll use this gray here with our new little piece. Oh, and we can put our filament guide on here. We'll go ahead and install that. Fits really nice. And I don't know if you can see, I'll move this mic. I like to angle these in a little bit so that they don't end up rubbing the sides of the spool. Seems to reduce the friction a little bit. Okay, let's get this in here. And it also makes sure that there's a pressure on that center pipe so it doesn't do anything crazy. So it's fairly secure. As secure as it's going to be, anyway. And we'll feed it down through our little guide. Put some pressure on the top. Loads the filament. And I guess we could have put this piece on, but I don't really have our foam cut out satisfactorily yet. I always like, I know it's kind of a weird thing, but I always like these little extrusions that it puts out when it's changing color. Because it's like a real gradual color change and they end up looking kind of cool. But okay, let's start this print. And we'll clean this off. I'm actually going to do my... I haven't done this. I need to redo my live Z adjust quick, so I'm gonna run the V2 real fast. And my first layer is going down a little too thin, and it's like some of these prints. I end up having that flare on the bottom, so we'll go ahead and run the V2 real quick. I guess I should wipe this off again, since I was touching it all over the place. And then we're just gonna redo our live Z adjust. I could have done it while this print we're gonna do is going on, but it's easier to do it with this print. Yeah, that feels better. It wasn't off a lot, but that's better. Okay, there we go. So we're printing our new dust filter. And we'll try to... I guess that looks okay size-wise. It's only a little bit bigger than the filter now. I'll hold it over my shirt. You can kind of see it. And this time I'm going to put a slit in it. I don't know what the easiest way to do that is. There we go. Now we'll have a little slice in there. Kind of looks like a little gray Pac-Man. Dropped it. Okay, good to go. I don't know if that file needed supports or not. I guess we'll find out here together. And now I'll try to shove this in this little container here. I think that was, I forget who pointed that out. That is an advantage of the one we're printing now, is that I can put it on while the machine's running. This one, even if I get the sponge stuffed in here, we can't put it on while the machine's running, because this actually needs to have the filament go down through it. I guess you could technically, like, I could take my Dremel and grind a little slot in there that goes the whole way through, but... oh, hell, maybe I will do that while we're waiting here. It's the nice thing about being able to make your own stuff. If you destroy it, it really doesn't matter. I don't know where my Dremel is. This isn't a product placement, but if anybody ever needs a Dremel tool, if you go on Amazon, it's a WEN, a Wen brand rotary tool for $18. 18 freaking dollars, and it comes with the case. It even comes with the a flexible shaft attachment, which is really nice to have. But I've used it quite a bit already, and it works great. I don't know how you can manufacture something like that for $18. And, like, we have Prime, so I got it. This was at my door 18 hours after I ordered it. It's amazing. But I'm just always looking for excuses to use some of these little attachments and stuff that I haven't used yet. So we'll just grind a little channel in this and see if we can get it on while this print's going. Because I think that would make this design a lot more useful. Hopefully you don't see me chop a finger off here. Magnus asked, if someone is printed with 2 colors, how does it handle stepping up? I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but as it is now, I think you can only do 1 color per layer. Again, I could be mistaken here, but as far as I understand, that's how it works. Is that when the print reaches that new layer with a new color, it'll prompt you to change filament, and then it'll do that layer, and then if there's a different color in the next layer, it'll prompt you again. I'm really not aware of. Again, I could be wrong, but I'm not aware of a way to do 2 colors on the same layer. That would be something you'd have to kind of design around. Like if you do want 2 colors that appear to be on the same layer, you'd kind of have to do. You'd have to offset the layers a little bit, so you could have your 1 color exposed here and then the different color exposed here, and it would look right. Like if you design the file around that fact, it'll look right when you're looking at it from the face or whichever direction it's supposed to be looked at. But then if you look at it from the side, you'd see that the colors are on different layers technically. But that's not a major issue. It's just something you'd have to keep in mind while you're laying your file out. And I'm sure someone will, like Joey said already, that's right, one per layer. That seems to be a limitation, because I don't even know if, like, I'm going to buy the 4 material upgrade for this printer, and I don't even know if that's something that will fix. I still think you'll be limited to 1 color per layer just because of the limitations of the way the G-code files work. It's going to have the printer execute an entire layer and then change color and then do another layer. But I could be wrong with the 4 color, but I think like with a single extruder and stuff, that's kind of a limitation that's built in. But as with everything, I could definitely be wrong. Joey asked if they make multicolor filament that changes every few inches. I don't think they do currently. I mean, I could see companies making like a rainbow filament that would be kind of cool. But there are some products on the market that actually will take... Actually, I had a friend link it to me. There's a product that's a little box that is independent of your 3D printer. And if you design your file with a bunch of different colors, it'll actually take the filament and pull out a certain length and then weld together a different color, so that when you actually do your print, it's all a single strand of filament and there's no changing required. Because you can do things like take rainbow colors and just like splice them all together at certain lengths. And like say you're doing a vase or something, it'll just like gradually change color up the vase, which is kind of cool. But I don't know how practical that is, and the setup was kind of expensive. I would just imagine that it's kind of a pain in the ass to use, because again, like your file has to be set up, and then you have to like, I guess the machine uses the G-code to kind of do that. So you'd have to look into that more. I really don't know that much about it. I just saw that it is a thing that exists. Is that what you just linked, Spike? That thing I was talking about, or is that something else? I'll kind of do this off camera because it's well, it'll be on the webcam, but it's kind of noisy, and I'm limited on cords here. Hopefully, I don't cut a finger off. There we go. Custom filament filter. I guess it was already custom, but now it's even more custom. And I'll just clean the edges up here and then show you what we did. I think everybody knows what we did, but I'll show you anyway. But all I did, hopefully you can see this, all I did was took that filament that was filter that was sealed and just cut a slot in it the whole way around. So now we should be able to put our sponge in here. And I'll see if I can work it over the filament while that print's actually still going. And we'll just need to get our slot lined up with the slot in the foam. If I can find it. Because that is kind of jammed in there. But I still think the one we're printing is the better solution, but it'd be nice to have a couple spares like this. If we can make them a little more practical than they were to begin with. I can't quite find the slot. It's too smashed up in there. Shit. There, I'll see if I can get that worked on the filament. Not quite, I can't get the slot to line up. Let's start over and see if I can put it in right. If I can get this out. I think it's just like hopelessly tangled in there now. But yeah, I'll take a second and get caught up on chat here. That's what she said. Again, yeah, Chris. At least we have a similar sense of humor. If anybody's ever watched The Office, like that, Michael Scott ruined me with that. I can't not think that all the time now. We'll make this slot a little deeper. Teeing them up. But it's funny, we watched a lot of Office. My wife used to think that kind of humor was just super immature and stupid, and now she says it all the time. I guess being that it comes from Michael Scott, you can't really argue that it isn't immature, but it's a good kind of immature. This isn't working as easy as I thought it might when I started doing this. This seemed like a good idea at the time. Oh, come on. It's like, it should be so easy, and it's not. Once that gets all compressed in there, you just can't do anything with it. I think it's hopeless. I think it's a good thing we're printing a different design here. It's funny, this design has like, what did we say? 36,000 downloads. I think there's like 36,000 people out in the world that need to go print this one instead. I think that's what I'm finding. This is making me feel like an idiot, not being able to get this oriented in here. There, I think I got it. Now let's see if we can get that to go over the filament and stay in place. That'll be the second hurdle. Heyo! I think that does put a little bit of drag on the filament. Hopefully that's not enough to a hammer. It's shocking how many people have told me to grab a hammer in the chat over the last few days. Again, I think that's something that sounds easier than it's going to be. Robert suggested putting the foam over the filament and then put it in the holder. No. I can tell you already that's going to be harder than what I just did. Oh, nice. That actually fits in there. I know you can't really see that on camera, but the hole in the guide and that filament thing actually have just enough tension on them against each other that it slides down in that thing really nice. Alright, let's check our print. I didn't really see what's going on here. I know it's kind of hard to see with the gray on the black print bed, but looks like it's moving along. I'll show you this fit here. But you can see that kind of works out nicely in there. Even though I don't like the design of the filter itself, it does fit nice. Alright, I got to use my Dremel tool. That's kind of... I guess it's not a Dremel. I got to use my wen. I'm always looking for an excuse to use this thing. Not that you need to really struggle to get $18 worth of value out of something like this, but... But I like to use it when I can. Okay. Let's get cleaned up. The whistle, this was the whistle from the test prints. If nobody's ever printed this out, it blew my mind that this actually works and is obnoxiously loud. Because I have my daughter's about 2.5, and I gave it to her thinking it was just kind of like, it just looked like a whistle. And then she blew on it the first time as hard as she possibly could, and I almost pinched one off in my pants. Like, it scared me so bad. That's when I learned that this is a functional whistle. But yeah, I need to clean up some of these prints. I have prints sitting everywhere, and I'm gonna end up breaking them. It's like I mentioned the other day, I really want to break this guy. I just want to like rip it apart and see how tough it is. But I need to take some pictures and stuff of it first. Maybe we could do that right now. I need to take some pictures of stuff for eBay real quick. Got these Batmans. I I actually felt kind of stupid. I wanted to do a video for hitting 100 subs, and we did that yesterday, and it was kind of like a big thank you to everybody that subbed and stuff. Which, if there's anybody here that's mildly entertained or wants to learn more about, like if you're also new to 3D printing like I am and just want to like learn stuff, I'm going to be doing several streams a week. Not like this one. Like I said, this is just kind of like a laid-back hangout day. But go ahead and subscribe. But like I was saying, I felt stupid that I did the 100 sub video yesterday, and then like by even last night yesterday, we had blown past 100 subs, which is shocking to me because I don't know what we have now. But when I woke up this morning, we were up to like 150 already. So it's like that video's already dated. In less than 12 hours, that video's dated. Because I was like, shit, I should have just waited and did like another one. Because I was talking about, I'd like to do some giveaways when we hit like another milestone, like 250 or something. And I was thinking that was going to be maybe a few weeks from now, but at the rate we're going, like 250 is going to be like next week. Maybe even before that. Like Prometheus said, we're like 170 or something. That's crazy. I can't believe so many people are interested in seeing me do stuff. That's insane. But, no, I'd like to give some of these away. It's a little tough shipping the people that are international because it's kind of expensive, but especially people in the States. Like, I ship tons of stuff for eBay, so I have accounts and stuff with most shipping providers and get pretty decent prices. And especially things like this, I can actually just throw it in an envelope and throw some stamps on it, so it's pretty cheap. But I was talking about doing some giveaways at 250 because I wanted to take some time and maybe design some keychains that are about this size that have Nillabean or something on them, and then like a 250 on the back or something. I don't know. I didn't put a whole lot of thought about it. But I'm not going to have time to do that by 250. Holy crap! If we like, growth on YouTube is so kind of erratic that at this point I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 250 like tomorrow. I mean, I don't know how likely that is, but at the same time it wouldn't shock me by any means. So it's because like I know Aaron pointed out that it's because I'm centering on the MK2 videos and they're kind of like hot right now. But on the channel that I've been doing stuff with my friends, it's called Rogue Agenda. There's a whole bunch of stuff on there. I do lockpicking videos on there, and it's kind of the same thing. It's such a specific little community that those videos get a lot more views than anything else. Like Audio Origami says, I can send the Batmans. Yeah, the Batmans are cheap. I know, it's like Chris pointed out, there's 25 people watching right now. What the hell's wrong with you 25 people that you want to sit and watch me do stuff? I'm not even doing anything today. We're just like kind of hanging out and doing random stuff. Batman's, yeah, you used an apostrophe there, audio. Batman's what? I only have one Batman's. But yeah, I think they're only like 20-minute prints. And you could really fill the bed with these and print probably 10 or 12 of them in, I don't know, maybe an hour or two. But like I mentioned before, these are kind of cool if you don't have a 3D printer, but if you do already have a 3D printer, there's a lot cooler stuff out there than this. Like, I think these Nintendo logos are cool. Because I do want to paint this one today. We'll sand it up, clean it up a little bit, and try to print it to make it look like, paint it to make it look like a real Nintendo logo. We'll prime it, paint it white, and then do the letters red and stuff. So I think that'll look cool. I think these small ones will be a little too tough to paint because of how deep the recesses are in some of the letters. It'll be hard to do a nice job on them. But no, it'd be cool to give some of these away. Yeah, Prometheus said, this would look sweet in 2 colors. Like, if I'd actually get a white and a red, that would look amazing. But I don't have a ton of filament right now, unfortunately. But it's like this, the stupid castle. Like, if somebody wants the stupid castle, I'd give that away. Because I'm never going to do anything with it. And it is a nice, clean print. It's still got the fuzzies from being such a small layer height. And there's a tiny, tiny little bit of stringing on the default settings. But no, like, if somebody in the States would want this, I don't know how much it weighs. It feels like if I had to guess, that feels like 10 or 11 ounces. I guess we can check here and see how good my weight judging is. Holy hell, I was way off. That's 3.3 ounces. Feels heavier than that. Yeah, that's only about 3 ounces, so that could actually just ship first class, which would be $2.60. And the Dragon weighs even less. The Dragon's only 2.5 ounces, and this guy's even less than that. He's under an ounce. So, I could be wrong. And, oh, that's right, grams. I'm sorry, let's do grams quick. The castle is 92 grams. The Dragon's 70. And the Triceratops is 25. That's right, I do need to start doing that. Because especially the Dragon, this has like very little infill for the most part. This I think has the same infill, but there's so many perimeters. If you can see, like all those walls have perimeters on both sides on the inside, so it's a little bit heavier. But yeah. No, maybe I'll just give all these prints away. I'll have to do some checking on international shipping. It might not be as expensive as I'm thinking, especially, I probably wouldn't get tracking on these packages, because it's not like eBay, where if something doesn't show up, it's actually a pretty big deal for me as a seller. It's generally just going to mean that I owe somebody money, and I'm not going to get my stuff back, which kind of sucks, but... But no, I want to check something. I want to check something on Facebook quick. I posted a picture of all these. They're called greebles. They're the sci-fi adornment pieces for walls and stuff. And I posted a picture in a 3D printing group yesterday. And a guy saw the picture and was like, "All I see is pain." And I don't know why in the hell somebody thought that. I don't know if it's because it was a... I'll go ahead and show you the picture. I posted this picture, and it was just an in-progress shot of this print because I made an effort to fill the heat bed. And right there it is. I'm not meaning to call this guy out at all. I just thought it was funny. I see so much pain here. Did it stop 5 minutes after the picture? Is there any reason you aren't doing it one piece at a time? And he didn't reply, but I just thought that was funny. That was like an odd reaction to have to that picture. But no pain. There was no pain involved. There was some minor, like really, really trivial little errors in the print, mainly because my filament temperature was a little too hot, because I was still kind of experimenting with this gray that I just got. But yeah, no pain. Mount it on my dragon, or mount the dragon on my car. I could do that. My car's orange too. Not this orange, but it is orange. But no, that print, I wanted to take a picture of these finished too. But that print actually went fine. I had no problems with it. It kind of took forever because I had it on a lower layer height than I really needed to. Oh no, that's Joey pointed out if the print failed, then all the parts would be wasted. But that's kind of the risk you run. Like I said in that reply, I don't make a habit of babysitting my printer. It's kind of one of the advantages of having a nice printer is that I don't have to sit and watch it like you do with some of the crappier ones. So I think that print took I think it was like 15 hours, and I only checked it like 3 times, and it was all fine. Yeah, new Simplify 3D release. There's also supposed to be a new version of Slicer from Prusa, which supposedly has a bunch of improvements for MK2 users. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll probably do a video on that when that comes out, about all the changes. Because there are still a lot of limitations in Slicer. Like, again, chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think as it is now, if you do supports on a print, it will have to put supports on everything, which, just in the little bit I've done, I've run prints, like these things. These things, for instance, like I printed these 2 pieces together, actually multiples of them, and this piece needs some supports in that arch, just to make sure it's clean, and this piece doesn't. And it ended up doing supports on everything, and it had a bunch of unnecessary stuff on here that just wasn't that big of a waste, but it was a waste. So, unless I'm mistaken, you can't just kind of like selectively put supports on some of the pieces in a print and not on others, which apparently is a feature you have on some of the nicer slicers. Nicer slicer. But anyway, let's do something here. I'm gonna break the supports off of this. Aaron said the supports in Simplify 3D are easy to manually set and remove. Yeah, that would be a really welcome feature in Slicer. Because it is kind of frustrating to have to, like... I guess you end up having to print some of those things separately, which is kind of a pain. If you could just put them all in one job and kind of, like, let it do its thing. So we'll peel the supports off of this. And I'll run outside real quick and give this a quick coat of primer. I guess this is why people don't like using rafts. Like, it's coming off, but it does kind of leave an ugly edge. And we'll have to do a little bit of work to clean that up. But the actual pillar supports, like the ones in the nose there, this style seems to come out fairly easy. Hopefully I don't break this. But you can see these come out relatively easy. They're kind of like a fan fold design. Relatively painless. But the raft pieces seem to stick a lot worse. Let me get needle nose and get that center piece out. These are the needle nose that came with the Prusa kit. Yeah, see you, Spike. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for hanging out for a little while. Oh, I see that's a big old cavity in the middle there in his nose. Interesting. Triceratops skull. We have a little bit more cleaning up to do on this edge where the raft kind of stuck. But that's not too bad. Luckily it's not one of the like visible areas. And we'll get our knife and clean up some of the stringing. But I'm anxious to try to make this actually look like bone. Because I think this is a cool print. Just in orange it kind of looks funny. It kind of looks like a toy. But we'll just smooth up some of these edges here, where that support material was connected. I do like I do a lot of plastic figures for wargaming and stuff, and I do like PLA. The fact that it's brittle actually makes it easy to work with, because a lot of models are printed in plastic that's more like ABS, and it tends to want to stretch, which makes it hard to, like this, if I run this blade along these, they just kind of want to break off, which makes it easier to clean models up. Hey, there, our print's done. We'll let the bed cool a little bit. Our little filament filter. I don't know why I have so much trouble centering the webcam. Print in ivory. Again, that's a fantastic idea, Aaron, but I don't have any ivory, unfortunately. But I'll get the bulk of this off. We'll use a tiny little bit of sandpaper on it, and then I'll go prime it. I think I have some white. We'll just use some white primer. I'll probably do 2 coats, and then we'll just use some washes. If any of you guys are familiar with that, with painting, it's kind of like an ink that you just spread over the whole model. And depending on how that looks, that might be all it takes to make it look sweet. But if that isn't enough, I'll go back and do some highlighting with some white with a brush. And we should have a cool little model here. And like that, maybe I'll give this away to somebody. Because I used to do a ton of painting, like miniature gaming painting and stuff, and I haven't done any in years. So I've been kind of like looking for excuses to do a little bit. But we'll just clean this up. It doesn't have to be fantastic, but if I spray paint this with all these little fuzzy strings and stuff on it, it'll look terrible. It'll be hard to clean up. So we'll try to get it smooth. Smooth-ish. But no, it seems to be cleaning up nice. I'm happy. Like I said, being that this plastic's kind of brittle, I can actually just run the edge of the blade along it, and these little pieces want to just snap off, which is kind of convenient. Because normally with like an ABS type plastic, they would want to bend and stretch a little bit, and it leaves like rough edges that you have to sand then. But I won't spend too much time on it. Maybe another minute or two here. We'll move things along. But no, I do. I wish. I know it would make them brittle and they'd break them, but it'd be nice if wargaming minis were made out of a plastic similar to this, like from a modeling standpoint and painting. Has anybody spray painted PLA yet? I haven't done that at all yet. Like, does it seem to take paint well? I know with some plastics and spray paint, you can get some actual like melting because of some of the solvents that they use in spray paint. But hopefully we don't have any of that kind of thing going on. Okay, that seems reasonable. There's still a little bit of stuff in here, but not too bad. We'll try to at least clean the nose area up, since that's one of the most visible parts of the model. Clean up his nose holes. But if anybody's wondering, this model, it might be on Thingiverse, but this is actually one of the test print models that came on the SD card with the printer. And I just went ahead and printed all of them in the first couple days I had it, because I was still kind of like learning how to use everything. So I think this is one of the cooler things that came with the test files. But I did notice a lot of the test files are actually things off of Thingiverse. But yeah, like I said, we'll wrap it up here. I just want it to look relatively nice. I'm kind of picky when it comes to painting and stuff. Especially anybody that does plays a game like Warhammer and stuff. When you see people that have their armies and they'll be painted relatively nice, but guys won't take the time. Like all the minis for the most part are injection molded, so they have mold lines where the halves of the mold went together. And people will paint their minis up all nice, but they won't take the time to clean the mold lines up and kind of smooth them off. So it's like you have these nice little painted guys, but they have mold lines all over them, and it's like why would you spend hours painting a little dude when he has like mold lines all over him? Why wouldn't you spend 5 minutes to clean that up and then invest your time in painting? Never understood that. And you see a lot of guys do it, like a ton. Probably the majority of people that play war games spend 45 minutes painting a little dude, but won't spend 5 minutes to clean him up first so he doesn't look weird with all these lines all over him. Yeah, the worst parts of this mini are where the raft attached, because it does kind of adhere fairly well, and it leaves these rough patches. So let me grab a piece of like 400 grit sandpaper here if I can find it. Well, here's some 220. This will do. This is good enough. Like I said, I think 400 is probably about the ideal grit for this. But we'll just clean some of these areas up. See, I think it'll be, I don't know how entertained you guys are by this stuff, but I just thought it'd be cool on Wednesdays, since it's kind of an off day, to do stuff that's somewhat related to 3D printing, but not like just printing directly. Because this is all part of the process. Like, if you're going to be doing stuff, there's a lot of stuff that you can just print in a specific color and you're done with it, but a lot of things are going to require a little bit of finishing, probably a little bit of painting, to really give you like really, really nice results. Plus, something like this, with a little bit of effort, you actually have a tough time telling that this was 3D printed. This will probably look like an injection molded piece when we're done. Just refine a little of these details in the face. But just like I was saying with the knife, being that this plastic is kind of brittle, it does sand nice because the plastic doesn't want to stretch, which you run into with like ABS. Like if you try to sand ABS, it kind of wants to string and stretch a little bit. So even though you're using like a fine grit sandpaper to leave like a rough surface, and this stuff is actually, it kind of feels more like sanding a metal. How it has like a nice hard surface that the sandpaper actually just kind of files down instead of stretching out. But no, I think this is going to turn out nice. I think this will look pretty sweet just with some white primer. So imagine if we ink it and stuff, it'll look really cool. Okay, I don't think it's going to require too much sanding. We'll spend a couple minutes here getting some nice smooth surfaces on like the horns and stuff. And then the painting's going to go a long way. It's a pretty cool looking dude. Yeah, talking about shells. Yeah, I think the more the merrier, basically, with shells. Like, if you can stand the extra time on the print, the more shells you have, it just seems to give you a nicer finished surface. Like, there's less chance that, when I printed, for instance, it's laying back there, but that Nintendo logo, the medium-sized one, I used the hexagon, or honeycomb, I'm sorry, the honeycomb infill. And I like it from like a structural standpoint, but when you use it, it seems to leave relatively big voids for your top layer to bridge then. And I was having problems where it would like sink in a little bit. And even with situations like that, the more top layers I had, the more it seems to kind of compensate from those like minor print errors that it has. Because like every layer is just like more and more flat, the more top layers and stuff that you have, more perimeters. Like you can tell this piece does not have many perimeters. I know you can't really see that on camera, but like me looking this way towards the lights, it's very transparent. You can tell it's really thin. So that's another benefit to the when we prime this, it'll actually look like a solid piece. But we're almost done here. We're almost done the sanding. And then I'll just have to run outside for maybe a minute or two and blast it with some spray paint. Because my basement's not tiny, but it's a little too small for spray painting in. And my wife doesn't like when I do that. The diameter of the honeycomb, I would say it was probably a millimeter or a centimeter and a half, I would say, for that bridge. Which, what would that be? Probably about 5/8, maybe a little less than that. It was quite a bridge, especially given the size of the piece. And if you go to the rectilinear infill, because they were both at 10%, I think, the rectilinear has like much smaller gaps. I know, I've had... Aaron said once I go to Simplify 3D, I won't go back. I don't doubt that at all. I just don't have the money. And I'm an old school computer nerd, so I do a lot of pirating for software. Which you didn't hear that here. But word on the street is I've done a lot of pirating over the years. And I don't want to do that for this stuff. Like, I want to be a positive influence on the 3D printing community. So I will buy it at some point. I don't have the funds available. But no, I've heard nothing but nice things about it. It seems to be a little more complex. So like in some of the 3D printing groups, you do see quite a few people that are struggling because for really no other reason than it gives you so many options. Like it can be overwhelming to new users, and any softwares like that. It's like I don't do a lot. I haven't done a lot recently, but over the years I've done a lot of video editing, and you always see that when people make the jump from like Windows Movie Maker to like some of the Adobe programs that give you just literally hundreds more options for basically every element of the production process. So I'd imagine Simplify 3D is like the same way. It's like new users are just kind of like overwhelmed with options. That's why like a lot of my videos have just been using Slicer. Because like if you watch the video we did on printing a file from Thingiverse, if you're using standard filaments, like especially the PLA that came with the printer, you essentially don't have to do anything. Like the files we brought in, they actually had manifold errors where the piece wasn't manifold, and it just automatically fixes all that stuff for you, which is kind of nifty. Hey there, Ralph. To catch anybody up, I guess I haven't said it in a while. This is a kind of an out of the ordinary stream. Like this is just kind of like a hangout stream. We don't really have any goals or anything. Just kind of like hanging out in the shop, doing some stuff. Like right now I'm sanding this Triceratops skull. That's one of the sample prints that came with the machine, or sample files that I printed that came with the machine. And we're just gonna put a little bit of paint on him and see how close we can get it to look like a bone. But I'm just trying to smooth him up a little bit before we do that. Because this was, I'm pretty sure this was printed at 100 microns, which is like 0.1, I forget what it is, like 0.1 millimeters or something, layer height. And the layer lines aren't an issue at all. Like, they are really hard to see. And I would imagine as soon as we put, like, a moderately heavy coat of spray paint on here, you won't be able to see them at all. But I'm just going to do some minor sanding on these big areas, just to make sure we don't see the layer lines once we paint them. And this is, if anybody's wondering, this is 220 grit sandpaper. I was looking for some 400 grit, but I moved a bunch of stuff in my shop around. I don't know where all my sandpaper is. So I just grabbed this because it was laying nearby. But it seems to be okay. And last, we'll touch up these places where the raft connected. I think that's the messiest place on the model. Because it leaves all these kind of unpleasant, jaggy things when you break them off. Okay, that's a nice little model. Honestly, I think if we do a competent job of painting it, we're just gonna spray paint it and put some wash on it. I think that would be nice enough to display. Like, I have some little wooden plaque things, and I think if you take one of those and stain it nice and just have like a brass rod coming up to hold this kind of at the correct angle, I think that'd be a nice display piece to just like sit somewhere. So more than likely I'll give this away. Maybe I'll give it to somebody in the stream when we're done. We'll see how it turns out. If it looks terrible, I'm not giving it away. So hopefully it doesn't look terrible. And we'll just get a little more of this stuff off of here. And we'll take a final look at it here. Let me get a brush and get all this dust and stuff off. But I don't know if anybody's brought it up today. Um, well, Aaron said, sorry, I'm relatively new to this channel. Me too. I don't know if you've noticed, but this channel didn't exist like 2 weeks ago. So we're all new here, man. Don't feel bad. Prometheus, who asked? Somebody asked if I've gotten my daughter into 3D printing. No, she's a little too young. She does love watching the machine, because like, who Joey said that it's like magic. It's like magic to kids. And to be fair, like I showed my grandparents, it was essentially magic to them too. So, yeah, basically if you're not familiar with 3D printing, the first time you see it, you're just like, oh my god. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that today too. For various reasons, like I have a really sensitive throat. Some of it comes from engaging in some activities when I was younger that I probably shouldn't have engaged in. But I have a really sensitive throat, and I have noticed that, like when I'm down here working for long periods of time and long prints are going, that it does bother my throat. Like my throat will get scratchy and kind of hurt a little bit. So one of the things I would like to do, I'm probably going to build a really cheap enclosure. I have some, I'll just grab it here. Everybody knows this stuff. This is just like really cheap foam board from Walmart. It's like 80 cents a sheet. I want to build a cheap enclosure with that stuff, just as like a temporary solution. More to keep dust away than for any fumes or anything. But since I have felt my throat getting scratchy with the PLA fumes, and apparently ABS is even worse, I do want to build an acrylic enclosure and put some kind of makeshift filtration system on it, because I think that would help me a lot. And I'm sure there's other people that have had that problem too. Someone linked me, I think there's a Kickstarter, or maybe it wasn't a Kickstarter, maybe it was just a site. There's a company that makes enclosures and little filtration systems, because I was like, oh cool, that's cool, I'll look into that. Oh my god. I don't know if anyone's seen them, but I could not believe how expensive they were. Like, they had a little enclosure that's about appropriate for a size machine like this, which I think is not that big. What, the machine's only about that wide and about that tall. And they were like $1,399. Because I was interested until I saw the price. I could buy 2 more machines for that. So that option's out. I can go, and there's a place nearby here that does like they cut and sell like acrylic panels and stuff. Like that's all they do. It's more like suppliers for industrial stuff. But I could probably build, no joke, probably 10 enclosures for $1,300. And they'd all be nice. Like they'd all be, I guess ideally, like if I had my way, I'd probably make it out of Lexan. But I could get the pieces cut and even get them to weld the corners and stuff with their special machines. I could get a handful of those made for that kind of price. And then a filtration system isn't that difficult to kind of rig up on your own. Because for the most part, all it'll be is like a fan and some filter material that you can buy in bulk. But okay, I think this looks good. I know this camera isn't set to autofocus because autofocus makes me angry, but that actually cleaned up really nice. Even the inside, it's all nice and smooth. We got rid of all those raft marks. So let me find a can of paint here. I used to have some ivory, but I think I got rid of it. Let me run upstairs. I'll show you the paint I bought the other day. This is what I'll be using for some of the stuff. As much as I hated this to buy name brand paint, I got some Krylon. And this is like a regular. I know my lights are reflecting off of it, but some regular like some primer that's made for plastics and stuff. And then this stuff is like magic. I know again the lights are shining off of it, but if you take something that's painted and put matte finish on it, it makes it look amazing. Because it'll take all that kind of crappy spray paint glossiness off of it, and it gives it like a real nice satin finish. So we won't use the gray for this. I'm going to see if I can find at least white. I'm going to run over here and see if I can find some white spray paint. But yeah, we'll do that. I'll be right back. It's over here somewhere. I've got a whole bunch of spray paint here somewhere. Son of a bitch. I already had a can of this. And I just bought a new one. Crap. I know it doesn't sound like much, but I hate spending money on spray paint. Because I always use, like for wargaming, I use this stuff. This stuff's 87 cents a can, and this stuff was $4 a can. And I just bought a can, and I already had, this one feels like it's full. Crap. Oh well. Oh well, at least I have two now, I guess. Okay. So, I'll probably put 2 coats on this real quick, just so it has a nice heavy base. And then let me find the washes we're going to use. Hopefully I won't knock my computer over here. Okay. This is old. This is an old wooden case I made out of some one buys and paneling. It has little dividers and stuff in it. I know you can't really see, but this is all the stuff I used to use for painting miniatures for wargaming. And hopefully these washes are still good. But wash is like ink. I know you can't read that, I'm sorry, but it's like ink, basically. It's just like pigment. Watch me pop this open and splash it all over myself. Because hopefully these are still good. I haven't used this stuff. Yeah, that looks okay. I haven't used this stuff in years. So I do have 2 of these. This color is a Citadel color from Games Workshop. If anybody wants to kind of like imitate the results we're going to get. I'll shake these up. This is called Devlin Mud. It's kind of like a nice dark brown color that has like a real nice like organic natural look for skin tones and bone and stuff. But I think that's all the ink I have. Because I have black, but black won't look right. Black will be too harsh. Because you can kind of, if you don't have ink and don't want to buy any, if you want to go, like I do use some of this like cheap, you can buy containers like this at Walmart for less than $1 a container. If you don't have any inks, you can actually just take this paint and water it down quite a bit. And you'll just like brush it. You'll see when we do the ink, you just kind of like splosh it all over the model. But if you use paint, you'll have to thin it down and do a bunch of coats. And how inks work, since it's really thin, what it'll do is on the flat surfaces, it'll kind of like thin out and you won't see it really at all. And then, like any place there's little crevices or cracks or anywhere that you'd want there to be like some shading for the detail. The pigment will actually pull up in those areas, and it'll kind of just shade it for you. If you're a talented painter, which I'm not, you can do this with a brush. You can paint the dark areas black and then gradually transition out to the higher areas with a lighter color. But this is like cheating. This stuff is amazing. So like I said, we'll shake these real good. So they're ready to go. This stuff is messy though. If you get it on stuff, it's kind of hard to get it off sometimes. Because it is just like really rich pigment. It's not like paint. It's acrylic still. But like if you get this paint on something, you can take a damp washcloth and just wipe it off. But this stuff just stains. Okay. I think that's all we'll need. We're going to do white. This will bring the whole thing down to like a creamy color with darker areas in the recesses. And then we might do some what's called dry brushing, which will just take some paint and kind of put it on our little brush, like probably a brush about this size, kind of a smallish one. And then we'll take a paper towel and wipe most of the paint off and then just drag it across the model and it'll just like hit the highlights. So I'll see if we have an appropriate color for that. I should have a bone color. But like I said, I haven't had this stuff out in probably 5 or 6 years. Because we have this that might work. This is cheap paint. It's kind of bad for dry brushing. But this is a parchment color from Walmart. So if we don't have anything else, we'll end up using that. If we need it. We might not need it. Yeah, it looks like I don't have a bone color. It's kind of shocking. I've got everything but. There's probably like 60 little paint bottles in here and I don't have a bone color. Go figure. Nope. I have some that are close. Like this is a pale flesh, which is kind of like a light color, but it's kind of pinkish, which would look weird. But anyway, like I said, if we need it, we do have this. So I'm gonna grab. I'll clean this stuff up, set this stuff to the side. And clean this up. I guess we could think ahead a little bit. I was thinking maybe we could glue this on a stick for painting, but I guess we'll be alright without that. Okay, I'll throw this stuff away. But I'm going to grab a box to spray paint this on, and then I'll run upstairs and paint it real quick. But that should take less than a minute, I would guess. I have a couple cardboard boxes that are dedicated to spray painting stuff on. So you can see this won't be the first coat of spray paint this box has had on it. But okay, hopefully this paint's still good. But I'll be right back. This, like I said, this won't take long. I'll go up and shoot this with a couple coats, and I'll be right back and we'll finish it up then. So, bear with me. Okay. It actually turns out. It actually turns out you can see the layer lines on that now that it's sprayed more than I was expecting. So I'm gonna let that dry for a minute, and we'll go up and put another coat on so we get a nice thick coat of paint. I guess this is as good a time as any to do this. But I'm sure some of you guys will get a laugh out of this. I apologize in advance if anyone thinks this isn't appropriate, but here, this video actually isn't a good representation of what our normal like production quality is for the podcast, because normally we use this camera, and all my batteries were dead, and we had to film. We didn't have a whole lot of time, but if anyone is interested in checking it out, this is one of the most recent episodes of our podcast, and maybe you guys can check it out while you're waiting for me to do this painting. But this is like, the podcast is no holds barred. We talk about all kinds of stuff, but that's one of our latest episodes, and the first couple minutes especially are kind of like full disclosure kind of moments. So if anybody wants to watch that for a minute or two, you get to see a side of me that you probably won't ever see on this channel, because we try to keep it like family friendly. But if anybody wants to check that out for a minute or two while I'm messing with this stuff, have at it. Yeah, I'm sure there will be some reactions in chat. I'll be able to tell who watched it and who didn't. But like I said, a side of me you probably won't see on this channel. So if you want to do that for a minute or two while I'm messing with this paint, feel free. Okay. Sorry, that took longer than I thought. I know you can't really see this here. Oh, did I mess up the link? Damn it. Did I really? Oh, the link works for me. Yeah, so if anybody's having problems with it, I'm sorry. Yeah, Aaron, we will do that. I'll do that. Just give me a minute here. I don't know how well you can see this. That just looks like looking at the sun on this camera. So I'm sorry for that. Let me try doing it on the little camera. Maybe this will look a little better. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Let me make this bigger. That doesn't look terrible, I guess, on here. We'll set it to autofocus. Maybe it'll focus a little better. Let me shift it. Yeah, that actually didn't help at all, unfortunately. But what the problem is you can actually see the layer lines a lot more than I was expecting, which kind of surprises me. Let me adjust the focus. That seems to be focusing on the background. I guess that's okay-ish right there. But you can actually see some of the layer lines more than I was expecting. So what we'll actually do is we'll let that dry for a minute. We'll let this dry for a minute here. No, it does look cool. Don't get me wrong. It does look cool. But like I said, I'm picky. So we'll let that dry for a minute. I'll do a tiny little bit of sanding on it, and then I'll try to put a nice heavy coat on it, as much paint as I can get on it, without it running. Oh, if you guys think it looks like real bone already, wait till you see it in a little bit. We'll make it look better than this. Yeah, I see Chris went and checked it out. Like I said, it's a side of me you probably won't see on this channel at all, but it always made me sad because we always put a lot of effort into the podcast, relatively speaking, but it's really hard to get people interested in a podcast, especially longer ones. It's like we talked about earlier. It's relatively easy to get people into something like this because like you're already into 3D printing or you already have an MK2 or whatever, so you're kind of like interested by default. But everybody and their brother has a podcast, so it's kind of like an entirely different arena to step into. But let me get the print off of this thing. Oh, wow. That's cool. It has the little flappy door on it, and it works good already. Yeah, that's a cool little print. It seems like we have a couple ugly layers in there. I don't know what the deal has been the last couple days. I know you can't really see this on this camera, but it's got a couple ugly layers there. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's still like a moisture issue with my filament or if it's like maybe my nozzle needs cleaned. I'm not sure what the deal is. But no, we had been doing podcasts every week, but there's been a little bit of drama between me and the guy that was in that, and I don't know what we're doing here in the future. I don't know if he's upset that I like started this channel for this stuff instead of doing it on that channel, but like my thoughts on that were that this is all me. I'm going to put a lot of effort into this channel. And that was kind of like a communal thing. Like there's a group of my friends that have kind of like rotated in and out on different episodes. because I'd like to continue that stuff. It's fun doing podcasts. It's fun to like talk about stuff like that. All layers matter. Yes, they do, Joseph. It's hard to tell what it was exactly, but I can tell I already like this filament cleaner better. Filament filter. A little bit of sanding helped here, but now I don't have that nice dark gray. Now I got this white stuff. Now I feel like I got to sand the whole thing. We'll move our guy off to the side here, but you can see it's just a nice little design. The flappy door. Damn it! I should have left it alone. But I don't know what the problem is. I think this it closes up nice, seals nice. You can see where I sanded it. It just kind of put... Like I said, it could be a moisture problem. It could have been my slicer settings. Put a little bit of an ugly edge on it. Yeah, put a little bit of an ugly finish on it. I guess I could spray paint it gray, kind of defeat the purpose of printing it in gray, but... No, I think what I'll do is we'll cut... It might be you, I don't know. Like I said, I'm always the last guy to know when the stream goes down. But let me pull up the print here. Okay, so we have this brace that we've been talking about. That's kind of funny. You can download for Minecraft. We'll download for 3D printing. Oh, do I really have to create an account? Man. I'll just ask, do you have to create an account on Tinkercad to download files? I mean, that's fine. That's fine if I do, but I'll have to do that off stream, obviously. But I'll go ahead and sign up here quick. Oh, I see this is Aaron. I see this is your Tinkercad account. Let me go ahead and sign up here. This will just take a second. I hate having to have accounts for every site. That's one of the nice things about Thingiverse, is you don't have to have an account. You can just download files. It's kind of handy. But yeah, we'll go ahead and make an account here, as much as I don't want to. As always, I'm born in 1945 or something random. And we're at a random email address that I'm not going to tell you guys because I can't. And, I assume it's going to make us confirm the account here, so we'll do that real quick. Ooh, this is fancy. Oh, it took me to lessons. It's going to teach us how to do this. Okay, so it looks like our account's ready to go. It's funny it doesn't just take me back to the thing I was looking at before. That would have been handy. Okay. So we downloaded the STL. I'll make sure that's on my desktop, and then I'll switch the view here to our ghetto slicer. All you fancy, I forget what the name of it is. All you fancy guys and your fancy slicers. Us poor folk using slicer. Okay, so we'll go to our motor brace. And I assume it's already sized and stuff. And it looks like a simple print, so we'll just go ahead and export it. We'll go with the default 0.2 millimeter settings and infill and all that jazz. And we'll do the same awkward thing. We'll export it, MK2Y motor brace, save. And then we'll come over to our laptop. Okay. So we'll get this ready and we'll start this print here. I guess we'll do it in gray. Hopefully it doesn't cause any problems. So we'll move it over. All right. And the bed's heating. And let me wipe it off with alcohol again. I know there's some guys that said they don't clean the bed between every print because they actually get a little too much adhesion with the PEI sheet. But we'll go ahead and clean it off. Just out of habit. Like I said, I'm always snacking on stuff, so I always have like greasy fingers. Okay, and I think our camera's back over, yeah. More or less in the right position. So that'll start as soon as it heats up. Yeah, hell, let me switch that quick. It didn't start yet. Good call there, Aaron. I'll preheat that, change the filament, and we'll use the orange. The orange seems to print a little more consistently anyway. I lost my foam piece. Oh, here it is. And our scissors. And I'll go ahead and cut foam pieces for our little filament filter. I guess a knife would actually work better. I should be able to get a more square piece. That doesn't have a blade in it. Okay, there's a blade. And if nobody has one of these in their shop, this is a really handy tool. It's just a like a glass cutting board, and one side has like a stippled texture on, which is nice for some things, and then this side has a smooth texture, which is nice for cutting stuff like this. Because we can just press this foam down and get fairly nice straight cuts. I'll actually use my ruler. Because we can compress this foam and actually get a nice 90-degree edge for the most part. There we go. I say that and then I cut it crooked, but you get the idea. That's actually super crooked. That is actually super duper crooked. It's a little bit better. I think actually the scissors were working out better. We'll just go back to that plan. Sometimes things don't go like you expect, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, the only problem is I don't have any extra magic erasers. I only have a couple little pieces. So when I buy some more, which will probably be this week, I'll make the switch. But for now, we'll just use this. And it also seems nice, too, that you won't have to oversize the pieces for this design. You can actually just cut them the proper size, which makes things a little bit easier. So you'll be able to like better control the amount of tension that it puts on the filament. Very nice. I do like this design. And I'll hold this in front of the little camera. You can see, let me move this mic. You can see we just cut two nice little pieces of foam that fit in our blocks. I think I might make them a little bit thinner. And I wish I had some double stick tape. That would probably be ideal. But I'm just actually going to super glue these in here with two little dabs of super glue. And then whenever we need to change them, I'll just rip them out. It shouldn't be a big deal. Actually, it looks like one piece is really nice and the other piece is kind of crooked. We'll just cut another one. Try to get it as square as we can. Static. Okay. Yeah, there we go. It's very nice. I do like this. I think that's a little too thick. I don't want to put a ton of pressure on the filament. So we'll trim the thickness of this one piece down a little. There we go. Okay. I'll, where all this... I guess all this dust was on my cutting board from working with plaster. I do some plaster castings for hobby stuff. So we'll clean up all this excess. Clean up all this plaster dust. Not something the 3D printer is going to like. All that dust. But we'll change our filament. We'll back our filament out. Here's our little spindle. We'll take our MK1 filament holder off, or filter. We'll put this roll back in with some desiccant packs. Keep it safe. And we'll get our orange out. Because orange will look better on the machine also. It's not a perfect match like we've already addressed kind of in some other videos, but it's close enough. Aaron said pressure is good, so maybe maybe I'll use one of those bigger pieces after all. Okay, so we'll put our orange roll on. And we'll load the filament. Okay, so it's going in. Our new filament's going into the machine. Yeah, we'll fine tune our foam here. If you guys are saying that pressure is actually good on the filament, maybe I'll cut out a bigger piece here, and we'll just make sure we do have a little bit of pressure on there. Having a hell of a time getting this stuff square. Because the scissors compress it and kind of make you get weird angles. Okay. So that seems to fit in there nice. So we'll go with that piece. And then our other piece was already kind of thick. I guess I'll try to get it a little piece that's a little more square. I never did turn any music on. Might have to address that issue also. Okay, that piece actually fits good. We'll go ahead and replace this one also. I've got all these pieces of foam now. Alright, it's so thick. Let's get a thinner piece to work with here. Okay. Try to square this up. It's not square at all. Let's keep fiddling with it here. What kind of... I know this is... Depending on the group, asking about taste in music can kind of be like asking what your favorite sexual position is. But, like, what kind of stuff do you guys listen to? I'm, like... I used to be one of those guys that argued about music a lot and would try to, like, push my music taste onto people, but as you get a little older, you kind of start to realize, like, the futility of that. People just like what they like. But I'm always interested to, like, see what people are into. Oh, hell, I cut it too short. Damn it. This should be easy. And I'm making it difficult. But, okay, I think we got a good piece there. Go ahead and start this print. Our filament loaded. Let me get that little piece out. Okay, and we'll start our print. One minor criticism I have, the mix.com, yeah. There's such a thing as G-code music. Yeah, I've seen that. I haven't messed with it yet. I haven't messed with that. Because I am, I don't listen to it as, like, music. Like, it's not on my iPod. But, being that I'm kind of, like, a retro gaming fan, like, I am into, like, bit tunes and stuff like that. See, I think this piece is a little thick, but I think we're in the home stretch here. And I'll run up. I think my super glue is in the stairwell. But we'll put 2 little dabs of super glue in the back of each of these pieces to kind of hold them into place. And like I said, we can easily rip that out later when we eventually replace these pieces of foam. Like if they get dirty or whatever. But, okay, good enough. I'm going to grab some super glue. Oh, it looks like we have a filament jam. It's actually not extruding. So we'll stop this print. You can see it wasn't extruding there at first. Let's move our Z-axis up. Alright, it looks like it didn't actually jam. What can we clean this with? We'll use our tweezers and just make sure there's no excess little globs on the hot end. Okay, there were a couple little globs on there. Maybe it was just curling up around the tip when it first came out. So we'll go to our settings. We'll move axis. And then we'll actually just move the extruder axis again. It's looking like our extruder axis doesn't want to move. Let's do a reset here. And we'll preheat for PLA again. It could have been that our temperature had dropped up. Clean your tip, that's what she said. But we cleaned our tip off. We did have a couple little doodads on there. We'll wait till this heats up again. It might have been too cool for the extruder axis to actually activate. I don't know if there's some kind of protections there. There might be. So we'll give that a second to heat up. We'll go ahead and glue our foam pieces in here. I'm just going to use 2 really tiny drops on the back of this foam, like 1 at each end. Just a tiny little bit. And then carefully press that in the shell of this. And that should be enough to hold it into place. And if we just use a tiny little bit, it'll be easy to rip these out later. Very nice. I do like this. Uh, I'll try my best to remember, but I'll put the link into this. We did bring it up earlier on stream. But I'll try to put a link into this little extruder filter or filament filter. It is a sweet little design. It prints in one piece, even though it's two halves. So that's pretty sweet. But yeah, very cool. Very cool. Oh, our glue didn't dry yet. I was like, why is that coming out? Damn it. We'll just close this up so it has a little bit of pressure. I'll put a rubber band around it. Or maybe I won't. I don't have a rubber band laying around here. But we'll just leave this sit. I'll let it sit under the edge of my keyboard to keep it pressed closed. And we'll clean all this effing foam up. But yeah, I think that's a worthwhile upgrade for anybody. Like if you're like me, this is a basement, so there's no way to keep it dust free. Plus on top of it, I do a lot of stuff down here. Like you saw earlier, when I pulled my sheet out, I had plaster dust all over it from other projects. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. It looks like Chris asked what I do for work. If you saw in the mini fac, it's kind of tough. Like I know, it's something that's tough to talk about. Like, I'm a schizophrenic. I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia for like 13 years, I think, and I'm pretty well adjusted now. But when I was younger, like I was inpatient in the hospital a lot. Like I was in and out of the hospital all the time. More than once I got admitted against my will because I was a little crazy. So, like my actual diagnosis is schizoaffective, which means I have symptoms of schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. So that's a wonderful little mental health cocktail to live with. But one of the biggest effects is like I'm a really unreliable person for various reasons. Like days like today, I'm having a good day. You can see as soon as I get like a little, if I start thinking about things a little too much, I have trouble talking sometimes. I like can't find the right words. But long story short, it makes it really hard for me, impossible in fact, to be a reliable employee for someone who has like a 9-to-5 job. Like there will be short periods where I can do okay, but in the long run, it just like never works out. And for the most part, I just have had to find, like there's a lot of people in my situation that just don't do anything. They just get on disability and kind of sit at home and get a check from the government and get, state-funded healthcare and all that stuff. But I've always made a point to not get on disability. Like I've qualified for well over a decade now, and I just like don't participate in that. I don't like that. I don't like having to make other people pay for my existence. So, like, for a long time, I used to mow grass for family members. Like all my family owns businesses, so I would work like part-time as long as I could, stuff like that. I mowed grass for a few years, which is just like I'm a fairly smart guy, so it was kind of tough to do like menial labor all the time. But I kind of found a little niche in console gaming. Like I'll find people that have like large collections. I'll buy their whole collection and then like clean it up, piece it out. I usually modify the consoles with video mods or LED mods, like whatever people want, and resell them on eBay, stuff like that. I've done a tiny little bit of stuff on Craigslist. If anybody's heard of it before, I used to do retail arbitrage through Amazon. I tried that for a while, but didn't really like it. It's just where you find things that you can buy for like a good bit under market value, and then you send them to Amazon and they sell them through their site, and you get like you get paid the difference for some of the things and stuff. There's a ton of stuff on YouTube about it, but I did that for a while. Didn't really like it. It was kind of stressful, which is funny. eBay's no less stressful. Like I talked about that in another video too. Like it's kind of a volatile market to be part of, especially console gaming, because there's so much competition. There's a ton of demand, but that leads to like a lot of competition on the buying end too, which kind of sucks. But I do a similar thing with Warhammer. Like I actually have trays and trays and trays and trays of Warhammer figures. I'll buy entire collections and then piece them out and resell them. But stuff like that's nice because I literally never have to leave my house. Well, I guess not literally, but all I have to do is go to the post office like once a day, and it lets me do all that stuff while I can stay in my sheltered little world here. But it's also a big part of why I wanted to get into 3D printing, is because once I finally start like doing some of my own designs and stuff, there's tons of little niche markets where I can produce things and sell them, and I don't have to rely on like a secondary market to buy things. I can actually produce stuff myself, and like I'm kind of unique because I'm into painting and stuff. It's just like weird little shit like this Triceratops skull that we'll finish here. We have a big streak of filament there. Oh, that's from when I was looking at it earlier. But things like that, I'll just be able to sell like finished products that I like 3D print and paint and stuff. And it's like a whole new world for me, because it's like a whole new market that like there isn't a lot of competition in, because it seems like most people that buy 3D printers end up getting caught in that situation where they're just browsing the net all the time and finding cool files and printing out like knickknacks and stuff. But in the future, I actually hope to like generate revenue off of the machine, because I can tell already, because it's not the fastest printer in the world. It's not slow, but more than likely I'll be buying a second kit in the next few months. So that'll be cool. But yeah, it's always kind of a painful question. Like I don't care at all that people ask, but it's always kind of a painful question to answer when people ask like what I do for a living. I don't have a problem talking about anything. If anybody watched the little podcast video, like I'm like a full disclosure kind of guy. I'm not bashful, but most people when they're asked what they do for a living, they always have like a quick answer. Like I do this, I do that, and it's like okay, move on. But me, it's like I always feel like I'm in a position where I have to like justify my existence. So yeah, there's no real short answer to that. But I do odd stuff, odds and ends. I'll like when I'm having good days, which I've actually had a lot of lately, thank God. But when I'm having good days, I'll like help people do odd jobs. Like I have an uncle that runs an online business, and I helped him set up his website and all that stuff, like all the retail end, because I am a computer nerd. But yeah, all kinds of stuff, like little this, little that. It's been mostly console gaming stuff for the last probably 2 years or so. I've like I said, I found that little niche, and I kind of like enjoy doing it because I love soldering and working with electronics and all that stuff. But that's mostly what I do for a living. I definitely don't make enough money to support our entire family, so it's good that my wife has like a good job, that she makes good money. But yeah, all kinds of stuff. I used to like paint Warhammer armies a little bit for money. You can actually make really good money doing that. But that was one of those things where it took something I liked and made it stressful, so I ended up like hating it. Like I hated painting for a long time. But yeah, I know that's not like a very concise answer, but hopefully you have like a rough idea of what I do to generate revenue. Hopefully if all goes well, because I plan sticking with YouTube for a while, like hopefully that'll be a little bit of supplemental income in addition to all this, because I do like making videos and streaming and stuff. It's like usual, like when I'm in my own little sheltered environment here, like I do okay, like I can keep my anxiety levels down, and that usually keeps most of my symptoms in check. But like out in the real world, as soon as I get stressed out a little bit, I do get weird. Like I am aware of that. I'm a weird dude when I get stressed out. I don't know if any of you like personally know any schizophrenics. It's not like It's not a fantastic representation of what schizos are like, but if you've ever seen a movie called A Beautiful Mind, the guy that's about has always been one of my role models. John Nash was a mathematician. He's one of the reason that like I'm into math so much and game theory and all that stuff. But the movie A Beautiful Mind gives you some insight into what it's like to be a schizo. Like delusions. It's one of those dirty words, but hallucinations are a big part of being schizophrenic. Like I do have hallucinations a lot. It's kind of something awkward to talk about, but yeah. If you're interested in any of that stuff, it is, like, to me personally, mental health and psychology and all that stuff and the human brain's interesting because people are freaking weird. There is no such thing as a normal person. Like, anybody that tells you there is such thing as a normal person is kind of delusional themselves. Like, everybody's weird to a certain extent. People do weird shit. Like, we'll start this print while I'm rambling, but eBay is like a case study in how weird people are. Especially when you talk about economics and stuff. It's just so weird the decisions people make, like when to buy things, what to buy, how much to pay for them. Like a good example is like Mario Kart 64. That's a game that anytime I see a Mario Kart 64, that is a $50 bill laying wherever I see it. And there are sellers that'll sell them for as little as like $30. And there have been plenty of times where the market price for Mario Kart was down to like $30 essentially. And I'll put mine up for 50 or $55 and they sell. And I don't know why. Like I said, it's freaking weird. It's weird how people can like browse past all those $30 Mario Karts, see mine for $55, and they're like, yeah, I need that. Click. Like there have been times where I've run like big sales in my store and you'll have a bunch of watchers on an item and nobody will buy it. Like you'll do 25% off and nobody will buy it. And then the day the sale goes off, you'll sell a bunch of stuff. And it's like, what is wrong with people? Like, why are people like this? What are they thinking? I don't understand it. Joseph said I can say I'm an entrepreneur, a maker, and electronic archivist. That sounds good. Yeah, mine was Buy It Now, but so were all these other ones. It's one of the reasons, like, my dad is kind of old school. He actually runs a go-kart track and arcade, which is pretty sweet. But he doesn't understand it, and there's a lot of times he doesn't believe me because a significant amount of the stuff I buy off of eBay and then just resell in the same market. And if people acted like completely rationally, this goes back to like game theory. If nobody's ever looked into game theory, it really doesn't have anything to do with games. It's about mathematical models for like predicting and determining the way like actors or people will participate in a game or a system. Because economics is like a game, technically, in game theory. But yeah, shit like that. If you know what your cost to sell something is, like just ballpark figures, like say you sell something for $55 on eBay, it's going to cost you, we'll just use ballpark figures, like 10% fees on eBay and about 4% through PayPal. So what would that be, like $6 and something, maybe $7. So if you can buy one for less than $7 under market price, you can buy it and resell it and make money. I mean, you won't make a whole lot of money, but you get the general concept. And it's just weird. Like, most people wouldn't expect that you can do that, especially on a place like eBay where there's just thousands upon thousands of people like browsing stuff all the time. But it's doable. Especially, like, I don't want to like give away my secrets. It's not like it's a secret, but basically anything where you can buy something in a large lot, you can piece it out and make money. That's why, like, if anybody's ever selling, I had a guy ask me yesterday if I would be willing to sell his Lego collection for him. No, I'm not. I hate doing that. I've been in that situation with friends before. It just gets awkward. But don't sell things in large lots. If you have something and don't mind spending a little bit of extra time, uh, take the time, put a little more effort in, and piece it out because you'll get a lot more money. Because if you sell big lots, like if you have like a, say we have a scale with like, this is the user that wants one specific item, and then these are the people that are looking for lots. The bigger your lot is, the less you're appealing to the guy who's willing to pay more, and the more you're just appealing to guys like me who are trying to buy big chunks of stuff to then piece out and resell. So if you actually want to get the most money for your stuff, definitely take a little bit of time, piece it out, and sell things individually. As long as like shipping doesn't become restrictive, because like say you piece stuff out too much, like I'm trying to sell this and it's worth 80 cents and it's going to cost me $2.60 to ship it with tracking. Yeah, you don't want to do that with yourself. But anyway, I'll quit rambling. We'll get this print started here. Since I think we fixed our issue. It looks like we did have a little bit of a... I think my tip might need cleaned. I know here comes the "that's what she said" crowd, but I think my tip does need cleaned a little bit. Because when I first started extruding that, it was kind of coming out at an angle like it was catching on something. We'll just run a bit of filament through this. Maybe that'll help clean it out. Because there it finally seems like it's coming out of the tip straight. Yeah, that seems much better there. Like usual, I turned the knob like way too much, so we have to wait on it now. Apparently I turned it way too much. Okay, there we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and start this print. I think I already cleaned the bed, so we should be good to go. Okay. Hopefully that works out okay for us. Yeah, sorry if that was boring. I know it's kind of like a mixed bag with people. There's some people that are like interested in knowing that personal stuff, and then there's like also the crowd that's like, you know, TMI. So I won't dwell on it too much. Coming out of the tip straight. Yeah. We all get it. I think well, Chris, like I said, I'm not bashful. I don't mind talking about stuff. It's just always weird. Like, I want to make sure that I'm communicating the stuff in a way that people understand it without being, like, a little too pedantic about it. But, yeah, it always feels like it's hard to strike that right balance, where you give, like, people enough information that they understand what you're trying to say without, like, dwelling on it too much. Like, you're like I said, somebody said it was like noble of me for this or that. It's nothing noble about me. Nothing noble. I'm a pretty regular guy. I am not a snowflake. But yeah, like I said, I've been inpatient a lot. I've spent a lot of time in the hospital, especially when I was younger. And I've met tons of those people where they just like, they wear their problems on their sleeve, and it's annoying as hell. Like, I can't stand people like that. So I don't want to like go over into, I don't want to cross that line into being one of those kind of guys. But yeah, Chris, like I said, there's no such thing as a normal person. But no, like the final thoughts here. The worst part for me was that I didn't have any symptoms, and it's like that for a lot of schizophrenics. I didn't have any symptoms at all until I was about 16. So, like, it was cool that I got to live like a normal life for my childhood for the most part, but at the same time it sucks because I know what it felt like to be normal, and I know how it compares to now. So, like, it's kind of like one of those you don't know what you got till it's gone situations. Like, I knew what it was like to live a normal life, which made it a lot more painful to live like a non-standard kind of life. But that aspect of it kind of sucked more than anything. Was like, I guess it would be kind of like being a person with sight and then being blind compared to being like a person who's born blind. Like, you don't really know what you're missing because you never had it. One of those kind of situations. But at any rate, back to what we're doing. We won't get too sidetracked. So we got our little filament thing here. I did see someone saying that I guess silicone oil is what we want to lubricate this with, because I'm sure I don't have anything that's like appropriate. Not unless we can put vegetable oil on it, which I imagine is not what you want to do. Let me scroll up here and see if I can see. And I saw there was a couple of questions I missed too. Here was one that's kind of in my wheelhouse. Any chance you will develop some electronics to adapt HDMI to the Atari 2600 or other game consoles? Well, there's a lot of stuff on the market that you can buy already. They're called you'll see them, they're called A/D, analog to digital converters. And you can buy really cheap ones on sites like Amazon and eBay and stuff. They work okay. They work okay. They're called upscalers for the most part, because most of those analog signals are like 240p, like in that range, and you're trying to upscale them to like 720p usually or more. And like I said, they work, but they don't give you any options. I'll actually type this in chat because it's kind of a frame. Let me double check the spelling on this. Yeah. That thing I just typed in there, it's called a FrameMeister or an XR. I think it's or an XRGB Mini. That's one of the best solutions on the market, but they're about $350. They're upscalers that allow you to take analog signals and upscale them to really clean HDMI and stuff. Because if you're like a hardcore console gamer or old school gamer, like that's kind of the route you want to go. And then you end up taking like an RGB signal out of some of these old consoles, and it'll scale to like absolutely beautiful, like 720p and 1080p kind of signals. But they're really expensive. Like I said, you have to have modded consoles, and you have to use them with your upscaler and stuff. But it's different from console to console. Like with N64s, there are boards you can get that will you can install them inside the console, and it kind of like hacks into the display output chips, and you can make them put out HDMI like straight out of the console, but they're a little expensive and they're hard to install. But I want to do those in the future. Unfortunately, the company that makes the boards, they're sold out and they're back ordered for a long time. Like, I actually have an order in, but it'll probably be 6 months maybe until I get my boards. So that's kind of like a ways down the road. Other consoles, I've actually never looked into doing a straight HDMI mod out of an Atari 2600. Kind of like the N64s for the NES, there are kits you can buy that'll put straight, they hack into the PPU, the picture processing unit, and will put out HDMI straight out of the console. But you very well might be able to use one of those kits right out of the NES in the Ataris, but I don't know. It's kind of like that with the Genesis and the Atari. I actually use those Atari 2600 composite boards in the Genesis because they're basically identical. They just need different resistors and a slightly different transistor. But yeah, like I might do a stream at some point that kind of like focuses on that. Because like I said, I do want to focus this channel on 3D printing, but I also do a bunch of other stuff. So we'll probably touch on some of that at some point. But yeah, it all depends on which console you're dealing with, because they're all slightly different. It's like an NES to the SNES, the Super Nintendo. There's a big difference. But okay, so we got our little filter done. I don't have the oil for it, so I guess I'll go ahead and pop this on here. I do like that. I know you can't see it on the camera, but I do like that little filament filter. That's pretty sweet. I'll have to print some more of those out. Next on the agenda, we can get back to our Triceratops skull. Our paint's not super dry, but I think it's dry enough. It's still a little tacky. But I'll sand this a little bit to try to get rid of the layer lines. Just do a tiny little bit of sanding here, and then, yeah, this didn't cure completely, so it'd be a little messy. Just do some quick touch-up sanding here to try to smooth it out, and then I'll go put a heavy coat of spray paint on it, and then we'll finish the process here without being too picky. But what time is it? I'm kind of... it looks like it's getting to be about 2 o'clock. So we have about probably 2.5 hours left. Again, thanks to everybody that's like hanging out with me. This definitely makes the day go faster. I'm not getting as much stuff done as I otherwise would, but it's definitely more entertaining for me to hang out with some people. So hopefully, I know there's a lot of people like me that the internet's like a big part of my life. It has been for a long time. I don't know if anybody's watched iDubbbz. iDubbbz is a big YouTuber, but I just like recently discovered him, and I watched basically like every video he has, which is hundreds. Not everyone, but iDubbbz does videos on it's called Kickstarter crap, where he takes like Kickstarter campaigns and kind of like talks about how stupid they are. And I kind of ate that stuff up, because I would sit and watch them down here while I was working on stuff. That was good. That was good stuff. Again, like I like Kickstarter. I've backed quite a few campaigns over the years, but man, there's so many people on there. They just pretty overtly just want handouts. Not a fan of handouts. I was just checking that. I want to make sure that filter isn't putting too much tension on the filament. But now it kind of surprises me how much you can see the layer lines on this with some paint on it. Because if we're going to ink this, we want to have at least the big open spaces, we want to have as smooth as we can. Or smooth as we can get it. Like I said, I won't be too picky here so we can keep things moving along. But I will try to make it look decent. I know, again, you can't really see it on camera because this looks like as white as something could look. But there's actually a lot of orange coming through. It's kind of hard to cover up colors like that without doing a ton of coats, since it is so bright. But yeah, like I said, I won't be too picky. But now I'll just ask, is there anybody else that has like done any finishing on like PLA prints and painted them and stuff? Like, I'm sure there's people that have just like put a coat of spray paint on, but is there anybody else that does like painting and finishing? Because like I'm always interested to see like what techniques and stuff people use. If I had ABS, again, it's kind of hard to look on YouTube about 3D printing and not see videos about that. But using like some acetone vapor methods to smooth some of this stuff makes it a lot easier for ABS. Because like that, we wouldn't have to do any sanding. We could just like, if nobody's ever seen how it works, you just have like acetone in a container, heat it up a little bit, and then let your part sit in there, if it's ABS. And it'll actually kind of, it melts the outer layers and makes them all smooth. And you can actually get some like really, really glossy finishes on some of these parts by doing that. And it makes finishing really easy. Because if you paint it then, it looks just like an injection molded part. But I think this will still look nice. This will be a nice little piece. It'll be kind of funny when people look at it in the future, because you'd never guess that there's like an orange 3D printed skull underneath all of the stuff you see. But no, I know I've kind of fallen behind on chat. But is there anything else? I saw you guys talking about a print that you wanted me to do. Aaron said that for giveaway prints, the Euler and the Y motor brace are good candidates because they're more useful than a keychain. I totally agree. Yeah, a keychain has almost no use, except to chain keys. But no, maybe I'll give away little packages. Maybe I'll give like a little commemorative print, like if I do end up doing a Nillabean, whatever number users, something like that. And then, hell, you could probably print like 50 of those Eulers out at a time. So I'd have no problem just like doing a little kit maybe. Like a couple little useful prints and a little novelty print or two. Because it is one of the nice things when you do have a printer and it's set up and you have everything running. The cost to print small things is almost nothing because filament's so cheap. Let me scroll up a bit, see what else we have here. We have a lot of That's What She Said jokes that I missed. Always classic. Some tip cleaning advice. That's some more. Just teeing them up there. Just teeing them up. That's what she said. Joseph said he wants to buy an NES with HDMI. Again, I'm waiting on kits. I went to order some the other day because there's a guy in Australia that actually makes the HDMI kits for the NES. And if nobody's seen him before, pretty sure it's Game Tech USA on YouTube. He started out as doing almost exclusively NES mods and stuff, but has, like most YouTubers, he's gotten into like commentary and reaction videos and stuff, which was kind of disappointing, but it is what it is. But he and another guy have actually like designed and are producing a different style of HDMI board that actually, like, I won't go into how it works, but it's kind of a cool design that doesn't work like the other ones do. And I'd like to get some of them, but I don't think they've actually went into production yet. I think they're still working out like some issues with their the Chinese manufacturers that are making the boards. I think they ran into some problems. But I'd like to get into modding more because the effort to profit margins are much higher for mods than like games. Buying and reselling games is tough. You don't make a whole lot of money doing that. But what else do we have? I would guess in like 6 months or so, I'll be full swing with doing like HDMI mods for NESs and what else? The 64s I'd like to get into. There's a lot of demand for those. It's always funny when I start doing something and people tell me not to. I see a bunch of that now, people telling me not to glue the foam in, but that's fine. I don't mind it being glued. Aaron linked another print. We'll check that out here quick. In Tinkercad. Let me get it loaded here. We'll just see what he was on about. Okay. This looks a lot more like what I had been talking about. I'll just show you. He had linked this a little while ago. This is kind of what I had in mind for like a mount for the motor. Because you see, it actually... It still doesn't have a brace like I was talking about. But this like mounts with 3 holes onto the motor. You have your micro switch mount here, and then I guess this actually goes through the threaded rods, which would help. That would definitely add a lot of strength. But if you can kind of visualize it, I had always imagined like, let me get it rotated the right direction here. I had always imagined a part like coming out here and actually bracing with some space between it with the threaded rods. But it's possible that a design like this is all you really need. I don't know if this is oh, this is Aaron's also. So yeah, maybe we'll print one of those out after this one's finished. I think this one will be done soon. Really soon. Looks like it's done now. I want to be able to lift. I've actually, if anybody's watched me, I've actually moved my MK2 a lot and never really had any problems with the axes like coming out of alignment or the machine tweaking. It could be a matter of just like tightening all of your nuts, basically all of the nuts on the frame a little bit more. Because given that they're printed in ABS, the corner pieces and stuff, you can actually crank them down quite a bit without really running into any problems with the plastic compressing or anything from what I've seen, especially since they have big washers on them. But yeah, I pick mine up. I can back the camera out there, but I've picked mine up a lot. I move it almost every day and haven't had any problems. I mean, I might in the future, because things do have a tendency to loosen up over time for whatever reason. But let me finish tweaking this while that bed cools down. We'll pop that piece off and start this other print. And then we'll spray this. I'll set this in front of a fan over to the side here so it dries off quicker this time, and then we'll wash it and see what it looks like. I think this is going to be pretty sweet. The nice thing about putting a coat of paint on and then sanding is that the paint will stay down in all the crevices, and then you can bring the overall layer down, or the layer height down, and it'll really help like fill a lot of those layer lines. There's some parts that I just won't be able to get sandpaper in, and you'll still see lines in there, but for the most part, this is going to look alright. Especially on the webcams. If you guys thought it looked good already, just wait till we get some paint on it. You'll think it looks amazing. It won't look quite as good in person, but you don't know that, except that I just told you. But hey. But unless I'm mistaken, this piece, I think we should just be able to slide in place. I'll double check with Aaron. The first brace, the one that you see on the cam in the corner, does that just slide into place like I would imagine? And Joseph asked if I'm going to get another MK2. Yeah, Aaron's already on top of it. Yeah, I plan on it. I definitely will. I'll probably wait a little bit until the demand goes down. Hopefully they'll, between ramping up their production and demand kind of trailing off after the hype dies down a little, the wait time won't be quite as long. But yeah, I plan on getting a second one just so I can have them both running all the time. Plus, it'll give me an opportunity to do another video that'll be a little more concise with the installation. Because I think between talking and it being the first time in like building a kit like that, I think it was like 12 hours that I ended up streaming total for the installation. So hopefully the second one will be quicker and I can be a little more concise so people actually end up watching more of it and I can actually communicate some more like build advice. Because there weren't a lot of steps that you need to really watch out for certain things, but there are some that there's some room to make some fairly critical errors while you're doing assembly that'll give you problems later. Like I wasn't really critical of the mystical 100 millimeters for the distance from the Z-axis uprights and stuff. I wasn't really very critical of that when I was doing my install, and it caused some frustrations later because I had to go back and kind of adjust that. Okay. I think this looks pretty good. I'll quit messing with it. Some of this stuff with like finishing things, you start to get diminishing returns. Like when you first start, you get a lot of benefit out of picking with it, but after a while, you'll spend a bunch of time and get very little improvement, so we'll quit while we're ahead. And this is why I need a dust filter on my filament, because I am making all kinds of freaking dust. So we'll pop this off, clean the bed off, and here's our little piece. I guess this camera's better. There's our little piece, if you can see that. And you can see that the orange filament prints really nice, so it must just be my settings with the gray that's causing problems. Let me move this up here, and we'll actually see how this piece fits. See, there you go, Joe. I move this printer all the damn time. But I just pick it up by this brace, and it doesn't seem to cause any problems. You kind of have the structure of the printer working to your advantage, because with this frame, the threaded rods actually sit down in it from the top, so it seems to bear the weight of the machine very well without flexing anything. And you see also, I didn't even grab it. I just kind of like made a fist and picked it up with my knuckles, and the machine's like fairly balanced. So it's actually very easy to move around, I think. Let me move all this stuff. I'll turn this around and we'll see how this piece fits in here. Okay, I'll get the second camera moved. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like... Move this mic so you can still hear me. It looks like... Let me see. Yeah, this looks like a nicely designed piece. If you can see, there's actually a little bit of an inset here, and that is for your wires coming out of the motor, unless I'm mistaken. So it looks like this piece just fits in here behind the motor, doing exactly what I said would be helpful. That'll just... let's see here. You can see right there that I'm able to flex the motor on that mount without a whole lot of effort. So this piece just kind of like fits in there like so. It's catching on the threads. Let me turn it so I can get a hold of it a little bit better. It's kind of an awkward angle. There we go. But yeah, right there. That's, yeah, man. Way to go, Aaron. That's exactly what I was talking about. How I think increasing the number of bolts, I think, you know, incorporating this extra bolt into the mount would help. But ultimately, it's a piece like this that prevents the motor. Let me adjust that camera so you can see the colors better. And we're turning autofocus on, so hopefully that works out. It's always like a huge give and take with the camera and color and stuff. Let me grab a sheet of paper. That'll give us a little more contrast in there. But you can see that piece just sticks in there and doesn't let the belt pull the motor hard enough to actually torque against the mount. So that's exactly what we were looking for. I haven't eyeballed that to see if it's, but that looks like it's the right size, and it's kind of nice because it doesn't require any adjustment. But you see, it just does exactly what I was hoping it would do. Very good, man. I think that's a worthwhile addition to the community. I know there's a lot of prints like this that, you know, appear to be helpful. But the problem with me is now I had my motor set up to kind of compensate. See you here. I had my motor set up to compensate for how it was kind of torqued to the side. So I actually have to adjust my pulley and stuff now that it's correct. But yeah, man, good. I don't even think the other mount is necessary, really. I think between the two mounting screws here and this piece that keeps tension on the output rod from torquing the motor, I think that's really good. So yeah, Joey, let me pop this piece out. This is the piece we were talking about. It just kind of works like a shim almost. And hopefully you can see. Let me make this window bigger. We'll try to make this obvious for everybody. But you see here, without that piece in there that shims between the motor and the threaded rod, you can actually flex the motor quite a bit. I don't know if you can see it wiggling in there. Yeah. Well, I don't mean... maybe centered's not the right word. Like, I don't mean centering it from side to side. I mean keeping the rod at a 90-degree angle to the belt. The output shaft of the motor at a 90-degree angle. Because as it is now, if you can picture it, when the pulley puts tension towards the front of the machine, it's going to torque the motor back because it has leverage on that mount. And you can see it twisting without a whole lot of force on it. And the shim will just keep it from being able to move like that. See, you see it has a nice little inset there for the, hopefully it'll focus. So it has room for our power wire to come out of the stepper motor. And then it just kind of like slides in here. And just works like a shim. But I didn't push it the whole way in, but you get the idea. It looks like in my case it might be just a tiny bit too thick. But for the most part, no, that looks exactly like yeah, torsion flex. But yeah, no, very good, man. I think part of it's that my piece isn't sitting flat. There we go. It's a little bit better. No, but now you see, I can push on this motor as much as I'd ever want to, and it just can't go anywhere because there's a solid piece between the threaded rod and the motor. So I'm just looking. It kind of looked like at first that my the output shaft on my stepper motor might be bent, but I don't think it is. But no, very cool, man. Aaron, yeah, Aaron will probably link it. It was a piece that he apparently made, so I think that's a worthwhile addition. Like I said, I don't know. We'll look at this other piece again, because this is the other piece that he linked. That if you can picture, the original piece is basically just like this part minus this piece out to the third hole. But I honestly think this whole concept of the third mounting hole becomes kind of unnecessary with the shim piece like this. I think this is actually just like the best fix for that. Oh, okay. I have seen people say that. According to Aaron, a piece similar to this is actually included in the pre-assembled machines. So that's kind of crappy that they don't throw it in the kit. But yeah, very cool, man. I'm just checking my belt to see if it runs true. I think my pulley needs adjusted a little bit. I know you guys can't kind of see that, but the output pulley on mine is kind of offset to compensate for it not running true. I guess we can go ahead and fix that quick. I think that's this. Yeah. I'll go ahead and adjust that. Anybody that watched the Dryland upgrade video, you can see that I had a hell of a time with this because I took my belt off, and you really shouldn't, apparently. But due to that little bit of flex, if your belt is even a tiny bit over tight, like has too much tension on it, you will have problems with this. Because the belt just doesn't want to run true. No, that seems good. Thank you for linking that 50 times and making me print it. That was worthwhile. What I have to ask this. What are NEMA dampers? Like, obviously I could Google it, but... Yeah, see, my belts are all a little bit tiny, like off. Because I'll go ahead and I'll adjust this front pulley now that it's kind of running true for once. As much as I hate to get into this hot mess again, I'll go ahead and adjust it. Okay. It looks like it's running centered again, like it kind of should. It's kind of deceptive. On mine, it kind of looks like my output shaft of the Y-axis motor is bent, but it's not. I think my aluminum pulley piece is just machined a tiny little bit out of square. So it's kind of deceptive looking at it when it turns. I'm going to adjust that a tiny little bit more. And again, I'm sorry I can't put any of this on camera. This is kind of like awkward angles to get the camera in. But okay, very cool. Okay, I don't think I need to rerun a calibration with making any of those tiny little changes, but no, it's nice I don't have to worry about that like shifting anymore. That's kind of a cool piece. Good job, Aaron. I don't mean to encroach on the 3D printing nerds MO, but high five, man. Okay, I'm gonna preheat this. I guess, unless somebody wanted me to print something else. Unless somebody wanted me to, NEMA dampers. Let me take a look at this, Aaron. Well, it looks like you already linked it. Yeah, Aaron, if you see the Amazon link there, Aaron linked the NEMA dampers. If you want to check those out. I've never heard of that before. They're these things, apparently. I don't know exactly what I'm looking at here. I guess they just help prevent torque transfer, if I'm correct. That'll help prevent transfer of torque from the actual like output back into the motor. I'm sure Aaron will correct me if I'm wrong. But it looks like you can see there, the motor mounts, the actual pieces that mount to the motor and the surface the motor mounts to will be kind of isolated with some kind of like bushing material there that I guess will just help like prevent torque being like brought back into the motor mount and stuff. Oh, okay. So apparently it's just for noise dampening. That would help a lot because it's just like when I had my printer sitting on the table before. The bulk of the noise was actually coming from vibrations being transmitted into the table surface, and then the table surface was like amplifying it. But yeah, I didn't catch the prices on those. It looks like one of the sellers on here has them for approximately $15 for 3, so they are relatively inexpensive. And you have it. I think you have plenty of room to mount them because the output shaft, like you have a quite. That's what she said coming, but you have plenty of shaft for mounting the output pulley. But I guess that's where the third hole becomes necessary. Yeah, basically the table, it's the same case. If you can see, the table down there that it's sitting on is also a wood top, unfortunately, and it just acts like a big resonator. But yeah, let me move this camera down here, and we'll. Somebody linked another thing here. Let me check it out. But I'll either print this, the thing that someone just linked me, or we'll go ahead and print that other motor damper. Thingiverse. Yeah, someone mentioned that I actually watch my chat. Part of that is because, like, I was watching. I know some people get a laugh out of this. Tom Salamander. I don't know. I never get his name right. But like, I was watching Tom, I think yesterday, and he had like it wasn't 1,000. I'm sorry. It was like 500 people. So like, I get when like YouTubers get bigger, they have a tough time keeping up with chat just because of like the volume. of stuff. Oh, I see. Somebody linked this to print, which I'd have no problem printing. I'm sure my daughter would like that, but that, unfortunately, I don't think is a print that would finish on stream. That would probably take a while. I guess there's an extra small one, but still, I'm sure it takes a little while. That is a cool print, though, with the little flexible kind of trunk there. I'm sure my daughter would snap it off, though. She's destructive. Okay, Aaron spelled it out for you. Sandlatterer. Sandlatterer. Okay. I'll try to remember that. I call him Tom Salamander. Most people know who I mean. Yeah, like in the other video, I mentioned them. I need to go back and link his channel in it. But he was one of the main reasons I ended up buying an MK2. He had nothing but nice things to say. And he's like a pretty straight shooter. He doesn't seem to beat around the bush. He doesn't do a lot of sponsored content, so I actually like kind of trust his opinions on things. But his review of the MK2 was one of the primary reasons that I bought it. And the other super influential 3D printing YouTuber for me has been Angus from Maker's Muse. He seems like a pretty great guy. It was from him that I learned the process of pulling 3D files from games, like computer games, and making usable STLs and stuff out of them, which is something we're going to do in the future. I probably won't do any today. But yeah. He's a really cool guy. I'd go check him out if you haven't. Oh, Peter's been experimenting with some flex on the MK2. Again, I'd like to, but I just don't have any. I've seen some people giving me some words of warning about the PEI sheet and some of the flexible materials because you actually get too much adhesion in some cases. But yeah, I think we'll go ahead and print this other... I'll start this motor mount printing. We'll just go ahead and do it while we're doing stuff here. And then while this is starting, I'll go ahead... We'll download the STL. Is it downloading? There we go. I know I'm capping out my upload, so that causes problems sometimes. And we'll pull this in Slicer. And it's in the wrong folder, as always. And there we go. We'll leave settings on everything we had for the last piece. And we have to put this... Here we go. And the usual super convenient production process of moving this to my laptop, transferring it, and then putting it in the machine, but what do you do? One of these days when I remember, I'll need to just order, as a temporary solution, order an SD reader for my computer. Okay, there we go. And I'll get our second camera set up down here so we can keep an eye on this. Okay, there we go. That's crooked as hell. Let me fix that. That's still a little crooked, but it's better. Um, what do we want to do here? Let me check this. Looks good. Okay, I'm gonna go up and put some another quick coat of paint on this, and I'll set it in front of a fan over here to the side and let it dry, and then we'll finish this. And while this is drying, we'll get into something else quick. But I'll be right back. Okay, so I put a really, really heavy coat of spray paint on this one, and hopefully we don't get any runs or drips. But again, that looks like looking at the sun on camera. But I'm gonna set this over here to dry. We'll give it 15 or 20 minutes to dry, and then we'll finish it up. Hopefully that fan doesn't make any noise. I don't think you can hear it over the printer. But, okay, let me catch up on chat here. Thanks, I can't thank you guys enough for, like, bearing with me. I know it's always, like, the death sentence of a stream for the streamer to leave cam, but you guys seem to be in for the long haul, so thanks for that. Like I said, I can't believe people are actually interested in me. So that's really cool. And we'll get cleaned up here. I don't really know what else. I don't really know what else to get into today. We still have a fair amount of time. It's 2:30, and I have basically till 4:30. I should probably grab some food here before too much time passes, but I don't know what we could do. I do need to take a couple pictures. I know that's boring as hell for anybody watching, but I do need to snap a couple photos. I've been trying to stay active in some of the 3D printing Facebook groups, so I'd like to take a couple pictures of some of the prints I've done for on there. And I had mentioned taking pictures for eBay, but I can do that on my own time. I know nobody gives a shit about that, but yeah, chat's talking about some of the cheaper 3D printers that are available. The Fabricator Mini seemed pretty cool. Unless I'm mistaken, the Fab Mini is the one that's like $170 off of Hobby King. And I'd actually like to get one of those at some point. They seem like really nice gifts to give to someone. Like I have two. I spent basically my entire life being an only child. But when I was 17, I think, my mom had some other kids. So I should learn Tinkercad on my own time too. I will do that. I do have, Joey mentioned Twitter. And I've had friends bugging me to use Discord for like ever, and I just haven't. But I do have Nillabean on Twitter. Like I said the other day, I need to clean it up. It was just a channel I had before, or a Twitter I had before. But yeah. Can you tweet pictures? Yeah, let me see. Let me pull this up. I'm pretty sure I have... Let me put it here. This is the Twitter that I have that's up. I'll have to do another one at some point. But I have that if anybody wants to use it. If you wanted to tweet some stuff to have me show to stream. But it's Dick on RA. It's Dick on Rogue Agenda is what it was. But I never ended up really using it all that much. As you can see, our Rogue Agenda channel only ever had like... I think we're at just under 40 subs. Because like I said, we only ever did a podcast, and it's hard to get people into a podcast. So that's totally understandable. But yeah, let me... I think one of the things I do want to do today is I need to get this spot cleared out for my printer. Because I want it to be up there in the corner, because that's actually like as far away from the living space in our house as possible. Get my printer so all axes are perpendicular. I would like to do that. Let me find my calipers and I'll show you. I think they're up in my stairwell here. These are actually the ones I got. They're just a really cheap brand. I got them on eBay for like $8 or something. And the package says 150 millimeters, so they might not be ideal. But we'll see if it's actually 150 millimeters or not. Yeah, it actually does. It looks like it's about 154 millimeters. So that's probably not ideal. But There's actually a bunch of other stuff that I needed calipers for that these will be fine for. So if I need to get a bigger pair to actually make sure my printer's kind of the way it should be, that's fine. But just eyeballing it, I probably do need a bigger pair. But they might not even have been $8. That's just off the top of my head. They might have been less than that. Okay, Aaron's saying I need 180 millimeters. That's fine. I'll probably buy another pair in the next couple days, so maybe we'll do that next week. Because like I said, I am kind of anal, and I would like to have it perfect if possible. It doesn't seem to matter for prints, for the most part, but I'd sleep a little better at night if I knew my printer was like perfectly perpendicular on all the axes. I know it doesn't. I wish it would tell you how much it's out, because when I do the XYZ calibration, it says it's slightly out of. I think it says skewed slightly is the exact terminology it uses. But like Joseph just said, yeah, I wish I had a bigger pair. Like Joseph just said, I think just being able to find, like, really precisely fine-tune that 100 millimeter measurement would go a long way. It's just like now that I have those, my y-axis belt, something like that, I should be able to get like really close with a pair of digital calipers now. Joey asked why you can't actually use the alignment sticks. I've actually seen people that said they've had issues with those, and I know they're supposed to be helpful, but yeah, I've seen quite a few people that said they weren't dimensionally accurate. Or, I don't know, I've just seen people that said they had issues with them. Because that seemed like a fantastic idea when I first saw that file. That seemed pretty great to be able to print those out. Because I didn't think about it much at first, because I was like, yeah, that's great for people with the kit. You can make those, and it's like, oh shit, you don't have a working printer if you have the kit. So, it's kind of surprising that they don't just include something like that. Like, even if it was just a piece of really cheap pressed metal or something, just something to like help you ballpark even that 100 millimeter. Like if they just had some kind of like measurement material in there, because if you get the 100 millimeter precise, the rest of it seems to go fairly easily. But I know I had mentioned it. I'm going to steal the second camera here. And since this is an off day, I feel like I can kind of get away with this, since it's not like a pure 3D printing day. Where are we going to be here? Let me adjust these settings. That's about right. That'll be okay. And now for something completely different. This is, if nobody's ever gotten into lock sport or anything, it's something I've been into for about, I don't know, about 2 years now, I guess. Hasn't been all that long. But here's my little lock picking kit. That doesn't seem to show up very well. We're not going to use everything, but I'll get everything out. Give you guys a quick introduction into lockpicking. Yeah, we'll do this for a minute. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and do these right now. Peter sent these to my Twitter. Here's one. This must be in pretty obviously in one of the flexible materials. But yeah, that's pretty sweet, man. I'd like to do some of that. The nice little flexible Prusa. Did you have to change many of the settings? Like, I haven't used any of these flex materials. Like, how different are the filament settings? That's a really nice piece. Oh, I see another person with some wash, too. Stuff's pretty magical. But no, that's cool, man. And this apparently is a 3D printed... I actually saw... If I'm not mistaken, I think the guy that made this was... Again, I could be totally wrong here. But I think the guy that made this model was on... the guys who do... Shit, I'm like at a loss of words here. Mythbusters. They have the channel that they do on YouTube. And I think they actually had the guy that made that as... They had him as a guest one day. As like a 3D printing kind of spokesperson. But no, those are some cool prints, man. But right now, like I said, let's do something totally different here for a minute. I've been wanting to pick this lock for a while. And I'll try to make it big. Let me make this camera setup make a little more sense. There we go. Now we have the best of both worlds. You have my beautiful face, and you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so this... I guess I'll put it on this camera. This is a Brinks lock that someone gave me a couple... Hell, it's probably been months. But anybody who hasn't been exposed to lock picking, you have your lock, and there's the core in there, and the core has pins that go up into what's called the Bible of the lock. And it's the mechanism that it actually uses to secure the lock. And we have... The tools are pretty basic. I have a glass cutter here that my grandfather gave me, but I never use that for anything. I need to refinish it someday. But, lockpicking tools. We have tension wrenches. I actually made all of these. I haven't bought any tension wrenches. These are, you can see they're hex wrenches that I filed the tips down to different thicknesses for different kinds of locks and different size cores and stuff. And then this was actually, this pick and this tension wrench were actually a set that I made for my grandmother with nice wooden handles because her grip's getting bad as she gets older. So a big pick was a little bit easier for her to hold. Same with the tension wrench. It was just a little bit more for her to grab onto. But yeah, picks are pretty straightforward. You have your tension wrenches that, if you see in this lock, they just go in here like this. And you use them to put tension on the core. Let me get in the center here. You use these to put tension on the core. And I have several different sizes for different locks. And then you have several different kinds of picks. Like, this is a pretty basic pick. It's just called a hook. I know my hand's not the brightest thing in the world here. You have some hooks. This is a half diamond. And we won't go into a bunch of detail. But these are just all for, this is called a city rake. These are just all for different, like, situations you get yourself into with locks. That's a bent half diamond. And then this is a rake. Both of these are called rakes. Because you literally do that. You just, like, get in the lock and just kind of, like, jam around like an idiot. And you can pop quite a few, especially, like, cheap locks, like master locks and stuff. But yeah, these are your tools. This is one of the nicer rakes I have. This is called a Bogota. This is a pretty sweet pick. This, you can get yourself into a lot of locks with this guy. But this is by a company called South Ord. You can kind of see, the camera's never going to focus on that, but it's embossed there. But yeah, all you MK2 guys, I'm sure, are super interested in this. But I want to pick this lock. I haven't gotten a chance to actually pick it yet. And hopefully it doesn't pop open in a couple seconds. But I don't know how much our camera is going to cooperate. Maybe if we get a little further away here. But there we have our lock. And I'll actually use these wood-handled picks because they are easier to hold. But generally, you just go in. And like I said, there's different methods for picking. You can use these rakes to kind of just like... It's just kind of like a shot in the dark. You're just trying to like... This isn't quite the right tension wrench for that. There we go. You're just trying to like get the right pins in the right places at the right time. And sometimes you can pop locks open. I actually don't want to rake this open first. I'd like to pick it first. But we'll try to pick this. This is probably a 5-pin lock. So we'll go to the back, and when you come forward, you can feel your first pin. And I'll move the mic close. You might be able to hear these click. Let me move this other mic in here too. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it over the printer noise and stuff, but you might be able to hear these pins click when they go into place. And we'll reset it to make sure we're starting with a fresh lock. And we'll go to the back, and we just start like working our pins up. I can tell already this has what are called spool pins in it. So hopefully this lock will put up a little bit of a fight. There you can see, I know it was a very minor thing, but we got a few degrees of rotation on the core, which means like we have more than one pin set already. So more than likely there's just 1 or 2 pins that are binding that are keeping the lock locked. And we'll try to find which ones they are. I'm kind of disappointed. So there we picked that lock open already. That did have a spool pin in it, which can be tough to pick sometimes. But there you go. If that doesn't undermine your confidence in padlocks and locks and stuff, nothing will. Because yeah, we just picked that in, I don't know how long I sat there, but we just picked that lock open in like probably a minute. And we'll try it again. We'll give it another go here. Make sure it resets good. But yeah, I was hoping this lock would be a little bit tougher to pick than that. Because it's like anything. Things are a little more satisfying when it's like a bit of a challenge. But we'll just try it again. I don't know if you just saw that, but yeah, we just picked that in about 8 seconds. So much for Brinks locks being awesome. I think this is only like a $10 or $12 lock. I guess you can't expect a whole lot. And I'm not the best lock picker on the planet, but at the same time, like, I'm pretty good at lock picking. So your average picker wouldn't be able to get that quite that fast. But yeah, we'll do it one more time just for shits and giggles. And then I'll grab, while I have this stuff out, I'll grab a master lock and show you how bad they are. You gonna focus, camera? There we go. But again, we'll just try it again. It's not going to be any harder. That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I was hoping... Aaron said 8 seconds is about the standard time to pick most locks. I agree. When you get to the point where you're competent as a picker, that's pretty standard. But I can feel that this has spool pins in it. I don't think they're all spool pins, but at least 2 of them are spool pins. I was hoping it would put up a little bit more of a fight. But yeah, there's a freaking Brinks lock. I'll just take... Here's 3 master locks, right? I'll set these so you can see them. We'll try to pick all 3 of these master locks. And we'll see how long it takes. Some of these might take me a little longer than 8 seconds. Because whenever you're kind of on the spot, it is a little tougher to pick. But here we go. Let's try to pick this guy. And this is single pin picking too. Like I said, you can use the rakes and stuff, which are kind of like... It's a little bit less refined. It's a little less skill-based. See, there we said 8 seconds. And every once in a while, you just have... I'll reset that. Every once in a while, when you get a little stressed out, it's a little bit tougher. There, that should be that one. So there's one. And most of these master locks are kind of comical. How fast you can pick them. We have one more pin. Where's he at? I might have overset one. There we go. Here's number 2. And number 3. We got a. It's called a false set. It's when you get like more than one pin at a time, and the cylinder will rotate a little bit. We got that almost immediately. That's ridiculous. These locks are a joke. But yeah, there was 3 master locks picked in like what, maybe 2 minutes tops. But I just thought some of you guys might be interested in lock picking. I like anything that's kind of like skill based, where you can actually just spend some time doing something and like hone your skills a little bit. I know it's not much to brag about to pick a couple master locks and stuff, but Peter asked what I've used lock picking for. It's a lot more than you'd think. We live in a... Let me get this camera out of the way. We live in a world where locks are... not to try to drop a bunch of big words, but locks are ubiquitous. They're pretty much everywhere. Like, everything has locks on it. Doors are locked. Boxes are locked. All kinds of shit in our lives are locked. So inevitably, you're going to find yourself in situations where either it's illegal and you want to get in somewhere where you shouldn't be, or in perfectly legal circumstances where, like, say you own something that you lose the key to. I've had tons of friends that get locked out of their houses. My grandmother got locked out of her house several times this year, and she actually has really nice lock sets on her doors, and just all kinds of situations where you need to get into something that's locked, and knowing how to pick locks is a really handy skill to have in life. Whether it's your car or your house, just all kinds of stuff. And it's just one of those skills that's nice to have. Like, I've always been a fan of... Let me put that stuff away. I've always been a really big advocate for knowing as much stuff as possible. Like, I know some people would call it sexist and stuff, but especially as a man or a male in our society, it's always handy to have as many skills as you possibly can, because you never really know what situation you're going to find yourself in. I know some of that comes from me being a Boy Scout and kind of like really embracing the mentality of like preparedness, but yeah, everything in life, it's just like, it's one of the reasons I wanted to get into 3D printing and stuff, is like, I want to be able to make my own stuff. I don't want to have to rely on other people. It's why, like, I'm not a prepper, but at the same time, like, we have enough food in our basement preserved and stuff to hold us over through, you know, a couple months, almost a year of rough times, stuff like that. Like, I'm just a big advocate for being prepared and having skills. I just saw some stuff in chat there. I'm just a big advocate for having as many skill sets as you possibly can. You never know what kind of situations you're going to find yourself in, and the better prepared you are for as many situations as you possibly can be, the better off you're going to be in life. The less you have to rely on other people, the better off you tend to be. It's perfectly possible all of us will live our entire lives kind of in a society where there's specialists and stuff that we never really have to rely on ourselves for different things. But it's one of those deals where if that's ever not the case, it's too late to learn. It's too late to figure stuff out when you're in a situation and you need to already know something. So it's always best to like dabble in as many things as you can, pick up as many skills as you can, figure out as many things as you can, and just be ready. Just know things. Like, I'm a hoarder. I'm an information hoarder. I always like, it's kind of a bad character trait in a lot of ways. Like, if some of you guys follow me for long enough, you'll see that I'm a bit of a know-it-all. But I always try to be one of those know-it-alls that it's like kind of justified. Like, I want people to think I'm a know-it-all, not because I'm like overly opinionated and just like think that I know everything. Like, I like to be one of those people that actually is a pretty good source of information on almost anything you can think of. I mean, there'll always be like specialized fields and topics and stuff that you can't know everything about, but as far as just like life skills in general, it's always good to be the Swiss Army knife of the group and not the guy that just has like a couple specialties and knows like fuck all about everything else. But let's get caught up on chat here. Bomb Jack and Bubble Bobble are skilled gaming. Peter points out that you have keys for locks. I do have keys for all those, but I keep those. They're packed away. You don't need keys if you know how to pick locks efficiently. Okay, what else do we have here? It seems like you guys are entertaining yourselves quite a bit, which is handy for me. Can I talk about bumping locks? Yeah. Some of the, it depends on what you mean exactly. It depends on exactly what you mean. I don't have any keys down here, which is kind of funny. I think I might... actually do. This box, you might have seen it sitting on my desk before. This was actually the box that I gave my grandmother her picks and stuff in, and I had taped the keys, which is hilarious to me because she had this box for almost like 8 months. And she finally asked me one day, like, why didn't you give me the keys with that lock? Is that because you didn't want me to open it with the keys? And I was like, no, they're in the lid of that box I gave you, and you've had them for 8 months. But it depends on what you mean by bumping. Because some of the terminology isn't consistent across all groups. Some people by bumping... I'll move this camera over again. Some people by bumping mean when you take a key... That is really close. When you take a key in a lock, and like that is the key completely inside this lock. And it's not the actual key to this lock. It's actually the other master lock. But bumping is where you pull the key out a little bit, and then a lot of times you'll see guys reach through the shackle like this and put pressure this way on the shackle with your finger, and then you hold the key out a little bit, and then you actually like tap it with something, and you're just like jostling the pins around inside and trying to like get them to bounce into place long enough for you to pull the shackle out and unlock it that way. But yeah, that's one technique. And you'll see guys, you can take rubber bands and wrap around the base of the key so that even when you press it in, it forces it back out. And you just like, it's kind of like those rakes that I just showed you guys. How they just have like a random jaggy pattern. It's a similar concept. You're just trying to like jostle the pins around enough to get them into position for a moment. And that moment is long enough for you to turn the cylinder and unlock the lock. But that's one of those techniques that I don't really use that much. Like, I'd rather be... that's not really a skill-based. I know there's some skill involved, but it's not really like a skill-based skill. Kind of weird way of putting it, but it's just like the rakes. You're more just like rolling dice when you're using the rakes. You're just like hoping to get lucky. And for the same reasons that I'm like for preparedness, I don't want to rely on luck. I'd rather have skill and have a skill that's like I'm comfortable enough with that I can apply it to things. That's why I like prefer to single pin pick more. But have I Martin said he's a first-time watcher here. Have I printed any 3D models yet? Yeah, I did. We're actually... I'll move this second camera down here. Yeah, I've done a lot of printing. This is just kind of an off day. I'll do a stream like this every other Wednesday. It's just going to be like random stuff for the most part. Like, it'll be focused on 3D printing, but we'll actually like we'll mix some other stuff in. But let me move the second webcam down, and we're actually printing something right now. As you can see, I can run my gums for as long as necessary. And we'll take autofocus off of this because autofocus does not like the bed moving like that. That looks like it's more or less in focus. But yeah, we do have a print going right now. Pretty much all at 24/7, my machine's running for the most part. Like I try to keep stuff printing all the time. But yeah, we're gonna be. We did all kinds of stuff today, and we'll actually get back to the thing we were doing before. I guess I'll finish addressing your question instead of being all ADD on you. What was the finish like? Great, for the most part. It depends on like your filament settings and stuff, but as far as like what this printer's capable of, the Prusa i3 MK2, it's pretty great. I couldn't be happier. I know it's not, you can't really see it in this photo here, or the webcam. Oh, I got hiccups. The webcam there, but if you want a really nice finish, this printer is perfectly capable of providing that if you get all your filament settings right and all that. But, for instance, I guess since we do have some new people here, here's a bunch of the test prints. One of the most impressive prints to me has always been this vase. It's one of the kind of test files that they provide on the SD card that you get with the printer. And this vase is absolutely freaking perfect. It's one of the, I think this was like the 4th or 5th print I did. And I know it doesn't translate well, but this print is absolutely 100% consistent from top to bottom. The layer lines are really small. Fantastic print. This one has a nice fine finish. This is one of the smaller layer levels. And you can see how glossy it is. This is a really nice print. And again, this was all at default settings, no tweaking required. This is with the filament that came with the kit and the settings that they provided. So, again, I think this was like the 5th or 6th print I did. It was kind of a long print, but still, the finish is great. No hiccups at all. This was another... This didn't come with the kit, but this was another print that I like to show people because it's just cool. I'll turn this mic away because this thing's loud. Yeah, I did, Peter. We'll get to that in a second. But, this is another cool little print. This is a marble machine that's on Thingiverse. Sorry, this is a marble machine that's on Thingiverse. And, I'll show you what it does first. It's just a cool little thing. You turn this, and there's a spiral in the middle that pulls these ball bearings up. Pretty nifty. Like, my daughter thinks this is like the coolest thing ever. But then you can see, as soon as that's quiet, this prints in 4 pieces. There's the main body, and this is all a single piece. I think this was about an 18-hour print. Printed great. I think I printed it at 0.2 millimeters, so it's not the finest print ever, but the results were really good. As you can see, it's all like shiny looking because the layers go together really nice. And then you print the spiral. Again, turned out great. And the spiral goes down in the middle. You have like a little cap piece that's, there we go, fits on top. And then this little rod with some keys on it that go down and turn the spiral. But yeah, this printer prints great. I'm definitely a huge advocate for the Prusa MK2. And then, yeah, we will get back to this. Because what time is it here? It's about 3 o'clock. We'll finish this Triceratops head. Hopefully it's dry. But this was a piece that we've been working on. To answer your question there, Martin, not much. Martin asked how much filament per print. I'll go ahead and... oh, the orange roll is on the machine. I can show you on this camera. But... I haven't weighed it in a little bit. But very little. I think we were weighing the pieces. I have a scale right here. I can tell you. So you can kind of do the math in your head yourself. I'll give you both weights. Like this dragon, for instance, weighs 68 grams, or 2.4 ounces. So that's 2.4 ounces worth of filament, and you get 2.2 pounds on a roll. So you can print quite a few of these guys out of a roll of filament. And even if you pay a little bit more, like I think the roll of gray I have back here, you can't really see it on camera. The roll of gray I have is kind of in the middle of the price point range for PLA, and it was $30 for a roll. So you can get a lot of stuff out of a roll of filament. But yeah, we were slowly working on this today. This was, again, one of the test files that came with the printer. It's a Triceratops skull. And it looks really bright because it's pure white on the camera. But I printed this out. This was, again, one of the first things I printed. And earlier in this stream, we cleaned this up. I took a little X-Acto knife, cleaned it up a little bit of sandpaper, and then we put a coat of paint on it and sanded it again to try to get it smooth. And we'll go ahead and finish this up. Feels like it's dry enough. It's still a tiny bit tacky, so hopefully it doesn't turn into a mess. But it's like this Triceratops skull. This weighs 0.5 ounces because it's hollow. Or 16 grams for those of you who are using metric. So you can print a lot of those off a roll of filament. So, but yeah, I have some other stuff laying around here. I printed this the other day. We can go ahead and address the question that, I forget who asked. Oh, Peter. Peter asked if I tried the extrusion multiplier. It did help. Like, this one has the marks that we had discussed on the outside a little bit, but they're a lot smaller than they were, so I think that was kind of a step in the right direction. But this is a Nintendo logo that we printed out on the other stream. Well, I printed smaller ones. We printed a scaled down one first. Hopefully you can see that. That's a little Nintendo logo. And then we printed a really small one to test some other settings. And then overnight I let this bigger one print. Because I had wanted to paint this today, but I don't think we're going to get to it. But no, like the finish on this, you were asking about the finish. It's pretty great. Pretty consistent print. Looks good. We had been discussing like the number of top layers and stuff yesterday. And we added, I think there's 5 on this, 4 or 5 top layers, and it solved all the issues we were having with the letters not filling in completely. But yeah, all in all, really happy with the printer. And then I printed a bunch of this stuff. This is a pipeline piece for wargaming terrain for like 40K, if you ever played that. All these printed great, really nice. I'm kind of concerned after I spray painted this that I think the layer lines are going to be more visible than I was anticipating. But some of that's a matter of just like a little more effort when I paint it. And if you're still not happy, you can always go back in and set smaller layer levels or thinner layers, which will address some of that issue. It'll just make these lines a little less prominent. But Triceratops skull. You can see our print piece down there is almost done, so I'm going to move the camera back up here so we can work on this. It's looking like our print's about 86% done, it was saying, so it won't be too much longer. But yeah, we can try to get a close-up of this guy. But this is our Triceratops skull. And even just with the white paint, it looks pretty cool already. Let me turn the gain down on this camera. Make it a little easier to see. But you can see the overall finish on this is really nice. And like I said, we did do a little bit of sanding and stuff on this. So this isn't exactly what it looked like off the printer, but still a clean print. Some of the layer lines back here you can see a little bit more. And you can see I didn't paint it nearly as thick on the backside. But for the most part, no, a really nice print. But we'll go ahead. We sanded this, spray painted it, sanded it again, and then I put a really heavy coat of white on it to try to get the smoothest finish we can for PLA. If you were using ABS, you could use the acetone method to smooth this way smoother than we could with sandpaper. But we're gonna go ahead and put a wash on this. We'll go ahead and wash it. And I'm using, this is older, I've had this for years, so hopefully it's still good. This is an ink. They call it a wash. It's Citadel, the company that makes Warhammer, wargaming stuff. But this is Devlin Mud. It's kind of a nice, like, organic brown looking wash. But this stuff is like magic. No, I do not want to spill this. And all you really do is kind of like put this all over the model. And it'll sink down into the recesses and then kind of flow off of the high points. So it'll like automatically shade it. And it'll probably be a little messy, but you can go back and fine tune it then. But we'll go ahead and do this. This will make this look really sweet. You can kind of see what I'm doing here. Some of you guys, like one of the pictures that somebody linked me on Twitter was already kind of familiar with washes. So I don't think you'll be as amazed, but some of you guys that have never used washes will probably be shocked at how effective it is for doing stuff like this. Like, this is going to look a lot more like bone than you're probably expecting it to. And we'll just get it on here heavy, and then I'll work it around a little bit. And we'll try to get rid of, like, some of the bubbles and stuff after we're finished. But like I mentioned before, I think this will be a really sweet little piece to sit on display. Because I don't think most people would ever guess that it was a 3D printed piece. It'll look like an injection molded piece. And then we'll go back here in some of these areas where it's really thick and kind of wick some of it away. And we'll come back and fine-tune this a little bit after we get the whole thing covered. But the big thing when you're putting it on first is just make sure you get everywhere. Because you see how light our white is? If you leave a place that doesn't get covered, it'll stand out like a sore thumb. But when you're painting things, you can either be really good at painting or you can know tricks. And this is like one of the kind of go-to tricks you have to have in your toolbox as a painter. Because if we were just to paint this with a pretty big palette of, you know, nice organic browns and stuff, we would have to have a lot more skill than it takes to apply something like this and then touch it up. This is like if you do mini wargaming or basically any kind of painting, inks are one of the like great equalizers that allow people that aren't all that good at painting to still get fairly decent results. And we're getting tons of bubbles here because I'm rushing, but we can go back and smooth some of those out. But if you really want to spend a lot of time on something, after you ink it, you can come back and do some highlights in some of the places where there would be highlights to bring out like a little bit, like a whiter bone color on some of the higher areas. And you actually be shocked with some of the results you're getting. We actually won't wipe this off. I might shake it a little bit to get the excess off, but we won't wipe this. These inks are actually really thin. And we'll just more or less leave it on here because it'll kind of contract as it dries. It'll end up drying a little bit lighter than it looks right now. And I think we covered everything. The hard part's going to be getting the underneath, or the backside here, since I didn't glue a stick to hold it with. Or maybe we won't do the center back here. Maybe I'll just do the edges. We'll do the whole thing. Screw it. And that should probably be about all the ink we need. We'll just try to get a nice even coat on everything now. It's kind of a little trade secret for wargaming that the club that I used to be a member of, I was one of the pioneers of it, is one thing that you can use that actually works out better than some of these inks that are designed for washing is Minwax. The poly shades, you can get it at basically any Walmart or Lowe's or anything like that. It's actually for wood staining, but it's called poly shades, and it's kind of like a wood stain that has a polyurethane sealer built into it, and it works fantastic for stuff like this. It's a little more permanent, and it's harder to go back and like rework if you want to change anything, but the pigment in it just seems to flow a lot better, and you seem to get like better results than you can with like inking. Okay, so we got everything covered, and you can already see it looks like if you go to the dollar store, it looks like a cheap novelty gift. Try making a spinner. Yeah, that would help. But all we're gonna do is go back now and try to get some of these like heavy pulls thinned out, so the shading's not as extreme. And just like wipe our brush back off. And give it like a nice natural look. Like we'll try to get some of that heavy pulling out of the eyes and some of these deep recesses. Plus it'll help with the drying time. It won't take hours for it to dry then if you clean this up a little. And another thing is going back and just like making sure there's no bubbles left. Because since I'm using a cheap brush like this and doing it in a hurry, you can get a bunch of bubbles from like rubbing over crevices and stuff like that. But no, hopefully this is useful to some people. Because like I said, this isn't exactly 3D centric content here, just like lockpicking and stuff, but let me get a paper towel. We will. We're not going to wipe it off, but I would cheat a little bit and dab some of this, like, these heavy areas off. Because I did get a little heavy-handed putting this on. Set it on our tabletop here. You can see on that side of the skull, we have a lot of pulling. And we'll kind of, like, dab those thick areas off. That's why, like I said, if you want to come back then with things like this and take like a nice actual bone color and do some highlighting and bring it up to like a more natural looking bone look, you can get some really, really good results. It looks like dabbing is actually working pretty good on this. So we'll dab all these flat areas off and then go back in and, again, spread some of those deep pulls out so we don't get, like, too much contrast. Too much contrast can look funny. We just kind of want it to look like bone. So we'll just, like, go in some of these areas and bring some of that out. Like in the nose there, you can see we got a lot in there. But you can see this takes very little effort, especially considering like how nice the results are. This holiday season, there's a lot of people in the family that are getting gifts that have been 3D printed. I'm sure a lot of you guys have done that. Get your dab on the fleek. Yeah. Dabbing means very different things to different groups of people. We won't mess with this too much. I think this looks good already. Without too much messing around. But no, you get the general idea. It's still shiny. That's where the satin finish spray I got comes in. I don't know where I ended up sitting that at. It's somewhere here. Let me find it quick. Oh, I put it away. This is a... I don't know if this is the satin. Oh, this is the gloss. Let me grab the satin. This stuff, like if we take something like this that actually looks kind of nice, and like I said, we can go back and do some like minor highlights and stuff, but it already looks like fairly convincing bone. If you spray this with a satin finish, it'll actually like really accurately mimic the texture of something that's dry. It'll look like dry bone. You'd be surprised with the results you can get with very little effort. Because even this, with me being a little bit picky, we still spent less than 5 minutes on this. I probably spent more time sanding it than I did putting paint and stuff on. The only thing we need to do is try to make these horns look consistent since I've touched them. But this is a really easy process. And it's been a little while since I've done any painting. So I'm kind of rusty. But let me get these. Let me work the tip. But I think you get the idea. We'll set that on the table there. Opinions may vary, but in my opinion, that is a cool little Triceratops skull. I don't know what chat's thoughts are on that, but no, I'm glad we did that. That's a cool little project. Hopefully that'll give some people some tips for finishing. Like I said, you would never guess that looked like this a few hours ago. So, if you have a dinosaur enthusiast in your life, they would be pretty pumped to get something like that as a gift. And you have a couple cents worth of filament and a couple cents worth of spray paint and ink in it, so. And, like I said, you can get bottles like this, cheap acrylic paint at Walmart. If we would take this skull, do some minor highlights on like the edges, just go back and really carefully highlight it, and then do a tiny little bit more ink, you get some pretty convincing results. And then, like I said, you have to apply the magic at the end, the satin finish. But yeah, there you have it. Let me wipe my hands off. I'm glad. I don't know how many people are still following us here, but I'm glad I got to share that with people. I enjoy doing stuff like that. I like doing projects and hobbies and stuff that you can't really justify doing in your normal life because it just never really comes up. But that's one of the great things about 3D printers is you can actually say that I made this. I didn't buy it. It wasn't a kit. It wasn't, something that I just assembled. We actually printed this out, finished it, painted it, sealed it, and with the sealer, this will actually be fairly tough. Let me adjust the camera because the colors aren't quite the same on the camera as they are in real life. There, that color balance is a little bit better. I'm just looking at my screen. I'm trying to get my screen to look like this actually does sitting on the table here, because the webcams can be a little deceptive. But there you go. Like I said, we'll get rid of the shininess with the spray. But for the most part, I think that makes a convincing little skull. And like I said, when it's all said and done, you don't really have hardly any monetary investment in making something like that. So that's really sweet. And the sky's pretty much the limit. Like I said, a piece like this, I want to paint these. And you can see they have nifty little gothic kind of stylings on them. Like these are actually like vertebrae along the sides. And same with these pieces. They're kind of like meant to look like rib cages, kind of. I don't know why you have them on a pipeline, but it looks cool on the table. But if you paint this all up like to look like bone and then have all these fittings and strapping like a convincing bronze color, and do the same thing, like use some of these washes and stuff, looks sweet. Looks really sweet. That's why I'm pumped. I was hoping to get some of this done, but I talk way too much. End up wasting a lot of time talking. But yeah, just blocking my light there. But yeah, let me pop this up so you guys can see it in all its glory. But yeah, there's the little guy we made. And as this dries, those really dark patches will even out, and the rest of the areas will get a tiny little bit lighter. But for the most part, that looks good. And that weighs nothing. That's like... Maybe we'll revisit this At some point, I'll let this dry for a little while, and then actually spray it with a satin spray. Because I think this is like a polyurethane. Maybe not. I don't know what it is exactly. But most of these sealers are polyurethane based. But I'll let this dry for a few hours and spray it tonight, and maybe in one of the streams I do in a few days, we'll actually give that away and send that to a viewer or something. But our print is actually done, so I'll move the camera back over here, and we'll take a look at the print we did while we were talking. That was our the motor mount. I'll pull that up again quick. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it up here anymore. Looks like a hip replacement. It kind of does. Probably from the backside especially. I don't want to touch it too much. I don't want to mess the ink up, but yeah, it's just like pieces like this. Like this little dog, it would be really easy to paint him up. Just spray paint him like a brown color. Touch the eyes up with like a black or something. Do his nose and stuff with a black. And then put an ink on him and then spray him with sealer. That's a cool little gift. Probably cost you 15 cents to make something like that, if I had to guesstimate. But cool little gift for kids. Kids especially are easy to please with little knickknacks like that. But we'll pull our motor mount off here. Came off easy. I guess you guys were asking about like the quality of the print finish. And I don't know if you could see it there on the camera. This orange print's really nice. And I guess it's because they have the temperatures dialed in really well. They have all the settings dialed in. But I'll set the printer up here quick, and we'll see. We'll just give you an idea of where this goes on the printer on the backside. If anybody wants to print this out themselves and put on their MK2. We'll slide our Scully up. That should be in about the right spot. Hopefully it goes where it's supposed to. Try to get an overhead. But if you can kind of see, I don't know why I have a hell of a time orienting stuff for some reason. If you can kind of see this bracket here, holy hell, nobody laugh. This bracket here only attaches to the motor right here, and there's another screw mount below. And what this piece does is essentially the same piece, and it sits in there like that, and it adds this extra third mount, which will help stabilize the motor quite a bit. It's like we were talking, that's why we printed this piece earlier. This kind of shim here. Let me move this light a little closer. That didn't help all that much, but it helped a little bit. This shim actually keeps the motor from flexing on this rear mount since it only mounts on one edge of the motor. And we'll try to make this as obvious as possible. There we go. But you see the motor, it only mounts like here and just below. So you can flex it when there's tension on the belt and when the motor operates. And between this piece, this shims it so the motor can't move backwards anymore and actually keeps it in place nicely. But if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if Aaron's still here. I'll check that in a second, Aaron. But having this third mount hole will actually allow you to use some of those. Aaron had linked some isolators that actually like mount between the motor and this piece that helps reduce like the amount of noise that's transmitted into your chassis, which will then get transmitted to like whatever it's sitting on and kind of amplifies the noise that the printer makes. So this little piece like kind of helps with that, and we'll just make this motor make it be mounted a little more solidly so it doesn't flex or anything. But between these two, and these were both provided by Aaron in chat, I think these are worthwhile additions to this printer. I think they will really help. They help with consistency, and then I would imagine they will help with like the longevity of the printer, because it's like any piece. When this is new, this probably won't flex as much as it will like in a year from now. I would imagine after just hours and hours of printing and flexing and stuff, that this piece will slowly weaken and just allow more flexing than it did when it was newer. So these will probably help with that. But we'll have to install this one of these days. The only unfortunate thing... We'll move this to the side here. The only unfortunate thing about this piece is that to mount it, we're going to have to get access to the ends of the threaded rods, which means a little bit of disassembly. Actually, a lot of bit of disassembly. But it's one of those things that it's worth it in the long run. I mean, if that piece is going to wear and eventually need replaced anyway, it's not going to be any extra work to go in and put this in. I mean, I guess you could do that. You could wait till that piece wears, but I'd rather just have my motor securely mounted. So I feel like there's some disassembly in our future here, because I already did a video on, which has like, it had like 1,100 views last night when I looked. Blows my mind that got that much attention. We did a video on replacing the dryland bearings, or replacing the stock bearings with the dryland bearings. But I didn't do the Z-axis bearings when I did that, so I'll go back and replace them. Someone had mentioned, it might be one of you guys that's here now, about getting hardened rods, because these rods aren't perfectly smooth, like they're not chromed or anything, and I would like to replace them at some point for no other reason than to do a video on it. But I also had someone give me the tip of taking these ones, just take these rods, chucking them into a power drill, and using like a polishing compound on them to get them a little bit smoother than they are already. Because even with the naked eye, you can see that they're not perfectly smooth. So that would reduce friction a little bit, which would make components wear, like your bearings wear a little less, or a little more slowly, and probably reduce noise a little bit more even. So we'll probably do a video on that in the future. I forget who said it. Aaron. Aaron said only install the replacement Y motor holder when you are ready to square up the printer. Yeah, that's probably good advice. We'll probably do that. But no, cool pieces. Cool pieces. Thanks for sharing those. We might do a separate video at some point about these, because I think the Y-axis motor is an issue that needs addressed. Because if you're like me and you have your belt tension too high, that's when it really becomes a problem. With even a tiny bit of excess tension on your Y carriage belt, that motor will flex. That will flex in that mount. It's not like a might. It will. It will do that. So... And Peter, there's some people giving me tips for leveling and stuff. Yeah, we'll do that. Because I said I didn't get to it today. But eventually I do want to move the printer back there, and my spool holder will be mounted on the wall. Because I don't think there's an issue with this. I don't think you're going to have problems for the most part. But just kind of a personal taste thing. I don't want my spool being up on top of the machine because it's like 2 pounds of extra weight that like is just going to add more. It's going to put more weight, obviously, but it's going to cause this frame to flex more than it probably otherwise would. And I haven't had any problems, just like this piece. This is not a nice print. I haven't had any problems with consistency or print issues or anything, but if you can stop a problem before it starts, it's always best. So I don't want the spool up here anymore. Personal thing, but Aaron linked me another model to print here. We'll check it out. But since it is around 4 o'clock, I've been streaming for I don't know how long now, 5.5 hours. It's probably time to call it a day and get something to eat. Let me enter this URL in. Oh, okay, yeah, fan adapter. He linked me. I'll show it here. This is a 40 millimeter to 30 millimeter fan adapter, and we'll look at the 3D model here. You'll see what we're talking about eventually. But this is another upgrade that I need to do, because after doing the bearing upgrade, the fan is now the noisiest part of the printer. So I'll show you when I pull the screen down. Apparently it doesn't want to load. But you can kind of see from this part, it just allows you to take a 40 millimeter fan and put it on a 30 millimeter mount. I would assume that's the direction we're going with it. Apparently that's an incredibly complex model. It's taken a while to load, but you guys get the idea. Oh, there it is. But yeah, it'll allow a 40 millimeter fan to be mounted on that 30 millimeter mount, which will be pretty handy. But yeah, we'll have to do that one of these days. Aussie linked me something about a filament solution here. We'll check that out quick. Go to the old boob tube. Okay, yeah, I have seen these. These are some of the roller mounts that go on top. The only thing I worry about is them getting knocked over, because we have a cat. I don't know if anybody else has to deal with that, but we have a freaking cat that's pretty adventurous. But no, I do like these designs. They seem better than the they seem better than these designs that use a spindle in the middle, because one of the complaints I had was, like, I'd like to print, if I'm going to use a spindle design, is to have pieces printed that actually center the roll in the spindle, because it gets like this kind of rocking motion where it'll pull and then like rock back. And it hasn't caused any issues yet, but I could see that causing problems potentially, especially with new rolls of filament that are the full 2.2 pounds or 1 kilogram. But no, those are cool designs. I do like those. Osloy was who linked those. Yeah, someone was asking if you actually need a 40 millimeter fan. I don't think you do. Aaron kind of already covered this. I don't think you need it for the cooling. The problem is that the 30 millimeter fans are not really a standard size. They're not used for a whole lot of things. So the number of options on the market is kind of limited. But as soon as you go to like a 40 millimeter fan, there's a ton of options, and you can get some actually like really nice quiet ones that are better alternatives than what's on here. I think for me the noisiest fan is the part cooling fan, and mine actually will vibrate kind of bad. It's something you see in like PC fans a lot. It'll start vibrating really bad, which means it might have a bearing that's going out, or it might just be a bushing fan. But if you tap it, if you just tap it while it's spinning, it'll usually quiet down. But I might have to do that upgrade sooner than later. So I'm probably going to be looking for an alternative for this part cooling fan, also one that's a little bit quieter. But that's not a pleasant noise. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much all for today. Since we don't, you can already see, just with this drying, when the ink dries, it's not quite as shiny as when it's wet. But like I said, I'll have to finish that skull up for you guys and then show you. I'll probably post some pictures in some of the 3D printing groups. Like, if any of you guys aren't members yet, it's probably worth joining the official Prusa group on Facebook. I've gotten a lot of good information in there and shared, I would think, a good bit of good information there. Aaron just said, do not replace the part cooling fan with something different. Get a replacement from E3D Online. Do they have any upgrades, or is it just a replacement? Because it is kind of noisy. I think it's actually noisier than the 30mm. I mean, maybe it's the pair of them working together to create so much noise, but... I'll have to see what he says about that. But yeah. Oh, that's right, Joseph. Yeah, I will have to do that. Because, like I said, the sooner I can get those, the better. I actually joined, it's not the official Prusa 3D group, but I actually had some guys kind of arguing with me this morning about the dryland bearings. And it's like, it seems that a lot of people are getting the MP style confused with the, I think we used the JP for JP. I think I'm getting that number wrong. But yeah, there's a lot of strong feelings about the dryland bearings. So I'd really like to do kind of like a definitive video to kind of, for once and all, kind of like get to the bottom of some of these claims that people were making. The most amusing part to me is that the objections that I had gotten from people up until about yesterday when I joined that group were that you don't want to use them because you can over-tighten the zip ties and crush them. And then the consensus in that new group seemed to be that you want the, because there's the aluminum cased ones and then the regular ones, and the consensus in that group seems to be that you want the uncased ones because you want to crush them and deform them, because otherwise they don't grip the rods right. So that kind of blew my mind that they were coming from a completely different angle. Like I said, it's kind of crazy how misinformation not only floats around the internet, but then like people grab hold of it and they get like emotionally invested in whatever opinion they have. And I don't want to be like that. Like, if I find out, it's just like if I find out that the dryland bearings that I used aren't working out, I'll tell you guys. I'll be like, yeah, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used those, and I found out the hard way. So, see ya, Chris. Thanks for stopping by. It's you're one of those familiar faces now. You've been here quite a bit, so appreciate it, man. Hopefully, if I do a giveaway or something, one of you guys wins some of them. Martin said he's seen some people that have a spool in the plastic sealed container. Yeah, I have seen some of those. Some of the cooler ones I've seen actually combine that spool roll that sits on top that we just kind of, I showed the video for. They combine a design like that where it has like 4 roller wheels and the roll sits upright inside a plastic container and then feeds out through a PTFE tube. But yeah, we'll have to come up with some kind of solution. Because like I said, I'd like to have an enclosure. Because I don't know if you can see on stream, but my eyes are probably a little bit red. Just doing the little bit of printing we did today, the PLA fumes seem to bother my sinuses and eyes. So I'd like to get that in an enclosure to get a little bit of filtration on it. because I probably look a little bit more tired than I did when we started. And it's actually not that I'm tired, it's that my eyes actually are a little irritated. But yeah, we'll wrap it up. I'll try to catch up on chat here a little bit, and then I'm gonna roll out here because it's almost 4 o'clock. People are linking me all kinds of prints. We'll check some of them out here. This is, we'll go ahead and share this. Yeah, kind of like this. This isn't the one that I was just describing, but yeah, I think solutions like this are good. And you can see this person did kind of what I was saying, where they created a axis in the middle that actually is in the center, which I think will be a little more consistent as your roll unrolls and won't give you that kind of rocking action I was talking about. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, I'll have to come up with some kind of solution. Let me see what other prints got linked here. Joseph linked a print. Oops, I pushed a button. Okay, yeah, I have seen these before. These are, I think this is a viable solution for the Y carriage problem. I think I was talking in chat on Facebook about this, that I think even if you don't require, like even if it is the case that the dryland bearings we use don't require a casing to prevent them from squishing, I think having a mount like this on the bottom is better than just having the zip tie, because there won't be any wiggle room. Like you can see under there, like this is for the aluminum cased IGUS bearings, but if you could picture even the regular kind in there, I think it's still superior to the zip tie because it'll distribute the pressure a little better, and I think it's a little more secure. Plus you don't have, being that these are regular like metal top screws, you're not going to have the problem that I ran into occasionally of the zip ties touching the bottom of the heat bed and maybe causing problems. It might not cause problems, but I just didn't like it. So being that these are like screw heads, you'll have a fixed amount of clearance there, which is probably nicer. But no, these are cool. Like I said, I'll have to cover some of this when we do like a normal day for 3D printing. I know we kind of ventured into some other things today, but normally it'll be mostly 3D printing content. Use a lazy Susan. Mark Fuller, who is that? That name sounds familiar. And then a few people commented on me saying that the part cooling fan was noisy. Peter suggested not running it at 100%. Like, that's the most obvious solution. I will have to mess with those settings, because I know I have a lot of experience with computers. Sometimes dropping a fan down from 100% to even as small of a change as like going to 95%, sometimes it's shocking how many decibels you drop in the noise output. So I'll have to mess with that, because you effectively don't change the airflow at all sometimes, but it just seems to be the case that there's like some magic RPM numbers that seem to, like, if you get under that threshold, it dramatically reduces the amount of noise they make. So we'll have to experiment with that someday. Ooh. You have to check this out. This is the, I guess this is the link to Mark Fuller's channel. We'll check this out quick, because that name sounds familiar. I've probably watched some of his videos already. Oh yeah, I did see this guy. Yeah, he's I'll go ahead and show you here. I like, this is one of the videos I had watched, and he had a similar setup, and I think he uses the we'll try to get a different shot here. I think this is actually what I was talking about. Is he uses some of the roller options where the spool sits upright on a pair of rollers on the outside, which I think I like more than using like a spindle design in the middle. I think this will be a little less problematic in the long term. But no, I think this is a cool design. I need to get some Teflon tubing and some of the fittings and stuff, but yeah, I think and additionally, I'll turn this off. I think additionally, one of the cool things about a setup like that is you could actually, instead of using a container that only fits one spool, like me, I tend to use, I'll probably have like 3 or 4 rolls of filament that I use more than any other ones. And I think you could actually do a setup like that with a bigger tub that has like 3 or 4 rolls in it that you use for like production, that you use like on a regular basis, and just set them up and have their own tubes coming out. That way you could just switch the tube and you won't have to like really disassemble anything. That would be kind of nice. Because I do have room up above, and like I could just picture that sitting up there with 3 or 4 rolls in it with the PTFE tubes coming down. But I think that would be a good solution. But for now, I know most of you guys have already seen it, but for now this works for me. Just because I only have 2 rolls. But I know that'll change like going forward, and I'll have more and more, and it'll be a little less efficient. But good luck using that flex with that Bowden. Yeah, I don't personally like the Bowden setups. They just like from a design standpoint, it seems like it introduces more chances for problems. The difference is, I know my printer's down there, but if you imagine this being the print head, the hot end is basically right here, and the motor that's pushing the filament into the hot end is right here. It's like less than an inch away. And with the Bowdens, it's like exactly the opposite. Like you have your hot end, and then your motor is like over here. And I just worry with like a lot of the filaments that you get, it's just not going to work as well. And I know there's a lot of people that say it works just fine, but I kind of have problems believing that. Like I hate to be a hater. But yeah, I do. Aaron suggested getting a food dehydrator to dry my filament. Yes, Peter. Peter said he has 25 rolls, and I only have 2 rolls. You're more of a man than me. I just don't have that many yet. I've only had this printer for like 14 days, 15 days today, I think. So give me a break. And the first 3 days it wasn't assembled. So, and plus, like I said, I don't have a ton of disposable income. So, as much as I hate to ask for handouts, I'll probably set up a Patreon at some point. That seems to be just like par for the course with being a YouTuber. Because there's tons of people, like the bronze fill. I've had so many people ask about the bronze fill. And some of the more exotic filaments. I'm absolutely game for trying some of those, but I don't have any of those, so I can't really do that. And as it is now, I can't really justify buying the rolls just to do a couple test prints to share with people. So it's one of those things. It's coming in the future, but it might be a little while. I'll have to check that out, Aaron. But yeah, Joe pointed out that we were watching YouTube, watching a dude watching YouTube. Good stuff. But that's one of my goals. Like, there's a lot of YouTubers that you can tell they kind of want to corner the market and push any competitors out, and I'm not that guy. Like, if there's another YouTuber that covers the same thing that I did, and I think they did a better job, I will gladly link you to them. I will send you their direction. It's just like some of the guys we already mentioned, like Angus at Maker's Muse and Tom and all those guys. Man, go check them out. Personally, I like, and it might just be me, but I would rather watch them than watch me. That's why it kind of blows my mind that some of you guys like hanging out with me. I think they're much more interesting people than I am. But TrueTech recommended apply to various manufacturers for reviews. I think that's a good idea, especially since I'm ending up having more subscribers and having a little more reach in the YouTube world than I ever expected to, especially in such a short amount of time. So I think, like, as time passes, that's going to be that's going to be a valid thing, I think. Oslo said, "We're only watching you because they're not on right now." Touche, man. Touche. Yeah, apparently we're up to 184. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, I know it's kind of a different thing, like comparing the content that my friends and I did, but we have a YouTube channel since like I think November or December of last year, and I think we have like approximately 40 subs. So that's why it blows my mind to have this many subs this quick. It's hard to imagine where we'll be in like a year, especially if I continue to work on like improving production qualities and all that stuff. It's kind of hard to imagine where we might be like a year from now. So hopefully some of you guys will stay along and stick with me, because it's exciting. I was kidding. I know you were, man, but it was funny. And it's true. It's funny like how often people kid and there's like a lot of truth in what they say. It's just like if somebody like Angus was streaming right now, I would be kind of torn, because here I am like trying to stream, and realistically I wish I could be watching him and see what he's doing. So no, I totally get it. But yeah, we'll address a couple more comments here, and then I'll get going. I gotta pick my daughter up soon. But yeah, anybody, like if any of you guys have connections like that, and you know people that would potentially send me stuff to test, I think it's pretty obvious. Like I'm full disclosure. I'll show everything. I'll be honest about stuff, which some manufacturers actually kind of hate, with the nature of like essentially buying positive reviews on YouTube. I think I won't name any names, but there's a couple guys that do 3D print videos that it's kind of obvious that they do promotional material that's been paid, and they probably have slightly nicer things to say than they would have said otherwise. But yeah. No, I know I've said this several times, but I did sign up for Maker's Box, which is kind of I don't think it's a cost-effective way to buy filament, like if you're looking to make things with filament, but it is a relatively cost-effective way to try new filaments. So I would guess within the next 2 weeks or so, I'll be getting that. Like, I think they ship at the beginning of the month. So hopefully we have those soon. So I'll have 4 kind of random exotic type filaments to test and do some tests with. Because it's like the wood fill. Someone shared a wood fill with me on Twitter that we showed. And like something like this would be great in wood fill, because it would allow you to sand it and get a nice kind of natural finish on it. But I still think that it looks even better now that it's dried a little bit, because the colors are a little less harsh. But like I said, I'll finish that up and put some pictures on some of the Facebook groups and stuff. But Protopasta is a filament company that is willing to send stuff for testing. Oh, that's kind of cool. Especially Aaron said they've done that for channels with fewer subscribers than me. So yeah, maybe I'll have to check that out. Peter asked if I want some PETG. Yes. Like I said, if I can get anything that this printer will print, I will test. I'll do whatever people want me to do. So yeah, that'd be sweet. Cause it's like I was talking about earlier. I just want to know things. So like I'm perfectly aware that there's people that want to see it and it would generate views and stuff, but like part of the appeal of the Maker's Box for me is just that I want to experiment with things. Like I want to try different stuff. Like some of the flex materials I'd love to try. Like I've seen people doing some cool stuff with Ninja Flex, and there's no end to the things that you can do with that stuff that would be sweet. What is that measurement for the Y-axis motor mount? Do you mean this piece? Did you want me to measure this quick? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'd try some PETG. That's, if anybody doesn't know, PETG is a filament type. And I don't know a whole lot about it, but I guess I would if I had some.
I guess I'll answer Aaron's question here. He asked me what the measurement for the y-axis motor mount was. What do you mean exactly? Because I'll measure it if I know what you mean. But I'll get some of this stuff cleaned up while we wait for a response. It's funny, we started by cleaning up. We started with me cleaning up the shop, and now it's nearly as messy as when we started. 67 millimeters between the corner and the mount. Let me check. I'm assuming you mean on my machine. I will tell you with my nifty $8 micrometer. Let me get it here. I'm not sure which measure you mean exactly, because I think from one direction it's like 62 millimeters, and from the other one it's like 78 or something. So I'm not sure which one you mean exactly. Corner nearest to the power supply and the motor mount edge to edge inside. I'll double check that, but yeah, I don't think I'm getting anything near 67 millimeters. Yeah, mine's about 63 millimeters, so that might be part of my problem. It could be that I need to mount it like over near 67 where you're saying, and then flip the drive cog so the belt's actually closer to the inside of the output shaft. So yeah, we'll have to look at that whenever I stream again. But yeah, it's not 67 millimeters. But now I'll set this to the side. We'll address this at a later date. But I think for now we're gonna wrap up. Like I said, I can't thank you guys enough for hanging out with me for a while. It definitely made the day pass a lot quicker than days tend to. I'll put this in a window there, Martin, and check that out in a bit. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll address some of those issues later, because it seems to work for now. I think what I'm doing is I have it closer, but then have the drive cog flipped, and it's making up that extra like three millimeters and something difference. So yeah, it does make sense. The closer the belt is, the less leverage it'll have on that motor and stuff, and it'll probably cause less problems. But yeah, I'm gonna get going here, guys. I think what's our time at here? 5 hours and 50 minutes roughly. But yeah, thanks everybody that came and hung out for a while. Hopefully it was entertaining for you. I was entertained all day. But if there's any of you in chat that haven't subbed, I mean, go ahead and do it. I said 250, so I'll try to stick to that. We'll do a giveaway of some kind at 250. Maybe we'll do like I know there's some sites that offer tools for that'll like randomly pick subs out for you for contests and stuff. But maybe we'll do like a first, second, third and like whoever gets first, maybe we'll give a bigger print away to, and then second and third we'll give like we said, maybe a little keychain or something, and some of these like motor mounts and stuff. If you have an MK2, be kind of nice to have. But because I do have things like these that are pretty cool. I want to paint this in the future, so maybe I'll get that done before we do a giveaway and give some of that stuff away. But yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. All that jazz. And I'll actually be streaming tomorrow, starting at about 10 a.m. again. I have another free day, so I want to take advantage of it. I'm not sure what we'll be doing. If you want to leave a comment on this video, like normal, after I drop stream, it'll be processing for a while, so it probably won't be available right away. But if you want to drop a comment on this video, maybe what you'd like to do tomorrow. I have a couple ideas. I'm not sure what we'll do, but it'll be pretty much 3D printing centric. There's a few more issues, like questions I've gotten on Facebook and stuff about like specific issues with 3D printing, so we'll try to address some of those. But for the most part, that's it for today. So thanks everybody, and hopefully we'll see you next time. See ya.